to your pit. Another reminder, too, if you're going to be moving skis at all today, if that ski is started, you must have a life vest and a helmet on. You're moving that ski 5 feet. You've got to have a life vest and a helmet on. If we have anybody get injured, God forbid, in a situation like that, our insurance company could give us a really hard time, and you don't want to be the person responsible for getting insurance canceled for races and making it even more difficult for promoters to put races on. So we appreciate your conscientious behavior and being safe. And with that being said, we're going to begin staging race number 1, and I'll have an update for you here in just a moment. All right, this is race number 1, down online now. Race number 1, if you are Ariana Chin, Patrick Parker, Ronan Dragon, Alexis Chin, Gavin Hoggard, Britton Reinhard, or Brandon Wong, your race is online now. Let's go ahead and run through the lineup. We've got 2 classes here. This is going to be our 13-15 ski lights on that 27 boat out of Novato, California, sponsored by our friends at 771 Industries, KDW Photos, Pro Watercraft Racing, IPD Graphics, Sacramento Jet Ski Club, and Jet Trim. Moto Option, Blosian Pro Rider, and Vintage Jet Ski. This chick's got it going on for sponsorships, and she's really a pretty awesome little racer. Put your hands together for Ariana Chin on the 55 boat. He's going to give it heck out there. He's sponsored by Pete Zernick, Happy Heating and Air, and of course, Mom and Dad, Mr. Patrick Parker. On the 328 boat out of Auburn, California, sponsored by Top End Unlimited and ODI Grips, is Ronan Dragon. Here, his cheering section out there. In the 10 to 12 ski lights class on the 111 boat. Also sponsored by 771 Industries, KDW Photos, Pro Watercraft Racing, IPD Graphics, Sacramento Jet Ski Club, Jet Trim, Moto Option, Blosian, Pro Rider Magazine, and Vintage Jet Ski is Alexis Chin. On the 752 boat from Layton, California, sponsored by Ultimate Watercraft Performance, M&M Marine, and Coda Services is Gavin Hoggard. On the 851 boat, coming to you from Lake Havasu City, Arizona, sponsored by Mojave Block, Jet Trim, TC Freeride, Pro Watercraft, Go Fast Girls, Jet Trim, and Masonry and more, Britton Reinhard. And rounding out the field today in our 10 to 12 ski lights class, sponsored by Fly Racing, Jet Pilot, KDW Photos, and 771 Industries. On the 921 boat is Brandon Wong. This is race number 1, moto number 1. Going to make sure that our scoring staff is in the tower, and we are going to have our national anthem here in just a moment. Elif Bader has agreed to sing the national anthem live for us, which is pretty cool. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and pass the microphone on to Elif. Thank you for doing this, hon. You came all the way from Sammamish, Washington, to not only put the spank on the boys, but show us what your pipes can do, right?
Yeah, and I've never done this before. I'm doing this to be brave. In honor of Rain Porter, who's also being brave this weekend. Right here. All right. All right. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the
missed your calling. I think between she and Mason Deeds, maybe you guys could like form a group or something. All right, folks, gonna go ahead and get our water rescue crew on the water. Got my scorers up in the tower. We've got Nicole sequestered away in her trailer. Remember, racers, if you have any questions about, you don't agree with your finishing position on the paperwork, a call that was made, something like that, you need to go see your race director. That's going to be Deegan Newton, and he is sitting under the Liqui-Moly easy up behind the starting line. So if you've got any questions with that regard, go talk to Deegan. Do not go to scoring. That is a great way to not get the results that you want, okay? I'm getting a report of the effect of the winds on the course, and I think we're going to have some challenging race conditions, but this will be great practice for you guys.
Hey, everybody look over here on the left side of the course. See where buoy number 1 is? See those white things out there? Those are white caps. Have fun, y'all. That's going to be fun.
That's all right. It makes for a great show. It conditions our racers, and it prepares you for Lake Havasu City in October for World Finals. So, folks, let me know whenever you guys are ready to go on the water. See Robert Stohorn moving out there into position. We're ready to go racing when you folks are, so it's on you. We are using a unique starting system here at Full Throttle Watercross. We have developed the starting system. It's just a simple red, yellow, and then green. You go on green. You're not dealing with cards and people hesitating, etc. With that being said, you don't want to jump that line. Make sure that you're paying attention to the lights. If you do jump the line, you're just going to be down a lap if you don't make up the buoy. If we have several racers jump the line, then we will red flag the race. That only delays the day and makes for frustration with the other racers. So please make sure that your your starts are fair, and you're not taking a run at that starting line. Eureka getting his water rescue boat in position. Want to give a big shout out to folks that have stepped up above and beyond. Ching Lu, I reached out to see if we had anybody that had a spare runabout. So we have enough boats for water rescue, and we want to make sure that this race is as safe as possible for you folks. And without hesitation, I was immediately contacted by Ching Lu. He says, don't worry, I'll bring our big Yamaha up for you guys. I'll send my son early so it's there for you. And then he absolutely refused payment of any sort. So that's the kind of, these are the kind of people you're associating with. They're great people. Well, looks like we may have, looks like a good start. Looks like the 55 boat just got a great jump on the track. He timed that right. Hopefully we've got a little bit better visibility without the sun glaring in our eyes. I may move down behind the start-finish line today. I want to make sure and give you all the love you deserve on light. With that being said, race number 2 needs to come to the line. Race 2, this is going to be sport spec class. Today we have 8 racers in that class, still a nice full line. So again, race number 2 to the line. Race number 2, sport spec. Please come to the line now. Race number 3 is going to be your runabout stock and runabout GP. So if I can go ahead and get you folks pre-staging. I see Kim is already ready to go. She's all geared up. She woke up ready, I'm told. All right, here comes our first racer through that right-hand turn. And we have a black flag. He's getting black flag, so I don't know if... oh, I'm sorry, not black flag. He needs to go all the way out. If we can get our course marshals to help these guys with some of our newer riders, we do offer a little bit more help because it is difficult to learn how to run the track. So you see our course marshal making his way through there, directing them, and he's also going to go over, it looks like when they have a rider in the water on the back side of the course. So Kim Richards, we have a boat coming up behind you. All right, again, race number 2 to the line. Race number 2 to the line. The sooner you guys are ready today and you're staged, we're going to be able to click these races right off and be pretty flawless in getting the race date through safely. So please, if you're in race number 2, I need you on the line now. This is going to be our sport spec class. Race number 2, sport spec to the line now. Race number 3, runabout class to staging, please. Race 3 to staging, please. All right, and I'm not sure. I think that might have been Patrick Parker, but it's really difficult to read the boat numbers. Down here and see what I can see. Oh, actually, that's Patrick there in third position. Patrick was a winner of a really, really nice, I think it was a flight helmet last night in the raffle. And I think they're still selling raffle tickets at the Risen Wild Easy Up over there. I have to confirm that with Pete Zernick, sure. Racers, make sure that you check in. When you come to the line, we need you to come up to the Liqui-Moly trailer, or excuse me, the Liqui-Moly Easy Up. You must check in with staging. Go see Deegan Newton when you come to the line. You have to check in. Again, sports spec to the line now. We're looking for 8 riders in sports spec. All right, that is the 111 of Alexis Chin coming through the checkers. Chin hailing from Nevada, California. She and her sister are racing in different classes, but both classes are on the water right now. Ariana Chin on the 27 boat, she's racing in the 13 to 15 ski lights class, and Alexis Chin is racing in the 10 to 12 ski lights class. We're going to be looking for some big things from these young ladies later on. All right, just another quick reminder. The reason that we need you guys to check in with staging as soon as you get there. If you don't check in, your starting position is probably going to be moved, okay? So you must check in with staging when you come to the line. Otherwise, it could impact your starting position. So Deegan Newton will be over there in just a moment. We'll get you checked in. Again, my sport class, race number 2 to the line. Race number 3 to staging, please. So I need my runabouts to staging for race number 3. Also need to let folks know that are here riding recreationally, this is a closed, permitted race course. So if you're, you want to come and spectate, that's cool. We love spectators. We need you to make sure that you're staying off the track and that you're anchored at least 100 feet away from the track. For those of you that have never been to a jet ski race before, I frequently would get people saying to me at the gas station, oh, they still make those things? Yes, they still make those things. They are a lot of fun. Racing started back pretty much in the 80s. It had its major heyday in the late 90s. It's waned a little bit, but we've got a resurgence going on. Most of in fact, all of the new boats are all 4 strokes now. We still do have quite a few vintage classes, like the boats back here are all vintage boats. They're 2 strokes. They're easy to come by. They're kind of a lot of fun to work on. There's colorful parts. So that's a great way to get involved in racing if you're interested. And if you do have questions, we will be back in a month for 2 more rounds on a Saturday and Sunday. We'd love to get you involved in the race program. We have a junior race program starting as young as 10 years old. So if you've got any questions, my name's Lisa. Come on down to announcing. We could chat it up and I can share some information with you and hook you up with some racers that can help you with practice and mechanics. It's a great sport. I've been lucky to be involved for nearly 30 years now. And these people are like family. I guarantee you will never have more fun in any other sport. I believe that's the 752 Gavin Hogger just went through. And definitely the 851 of Britton Reinhardt taking that checker. Not sure why we have a boat floating on the course, but I need water rescue to come and get this spark out here. It looks like it's actually anchored. That's not a safe place for your boat. Michael McFarland, we need you to move your ski immediately. Michael McFarland, I need your ski. Your ski's basically in the middle of the racetrack immediately after the checkers. This is incredibly dangerous. If you want your ski to avoid getting a big hole poked in it, it needs to be moved immediately. Run, 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 run. Prime example of the power of the wind here. He had the boat anchored on shore, and it just kind of blew it out there during that race. Still, you guys, you need to keep an eye on your gear because that could have been really, really bad. Our sport class is now down on line. Let's go ahead and run through the lineup. I'm going to have to ask Santa Claus for a clipboard since my friends in registration apparently hate me. I wrestle with my paperwork all weekend, and it's always fun to tease them anyway. So now down online is race number 2. This is going to be your sports bet class. We have a total of 8 online registered out of Porterville, California. Folks, put your hands together for the 51 boat of Kyle Alverson on that 103 boat coming to you from Sparks, Nevada. Sponsored by TC Racing and Rebuild, JC Racing, and Jet Trim. Please welcome Terry Cass to the field on the 169 boat out of Reno, Nevada, sponsored by Rhino Hub, Girl Dads Apparel, KDW Photography, and ODI Grips is Isabella Parker. And let's see, on the 511 boat out of Fresno, California, sponsored by M&M Power Sports and Marine, that is Jacob Liu. On the 328 boat, coming to you from Fairfield, California, sponsored by Top End Unlimited, Jet Trim, Black Flags, 771 Industries, KDW Photos, and ODI Grips, Mr. Ben Sneldorf. On the 701 ski from Wilton, California is Matthew Nix. On that 911 boat, driving all the way down from Sparks, Nevada, sponsored by TC Racing and Rebuild Jet Trim, is Jackie Rigsby. And rounding out the field, we all know him as the keyboard cowboy. This guy loves to stir it up online, but I'll tell you what, he did a pretty good job of stirring it up yesterday here on the water. Put your hands together for Norm Yee on that 951 boat. Norm is sponsored by TNT, Top End Unlimited, Serrano Performance, and I'm looking forward to seeing how his racing shakes out today. Looks like it's going to be some good fodder for the Money Pit Jet Ski Racing for an $18 trophy, which is a joke page that we have on Facebook, and there's some brutal memes on there, all having to do with racing and mainly racers that we know. So we throw some pretty bad stuff down. Some of our folks have even gotten kicked off the page, which I think that's pretty hard to achieve because they let a lot slide. So, well, it looked like the 103 boat of Terry Cass may have jumped that line. I'm going to have to wait for an official call, but it sure looked like he jumped the line and then let off. If that's the case, then he's got one lap to make the pickup buoy and not be down a lap. If he does not do the makeup buoy, then he's going to be down a lap, which is a huge bummer. Again, we're using a unique starting system here. Most race promoters use a card. They point at the racers as they go down the line. They'll turn the card sideways. We have a surgical tubing band that we have to reset after every single race. It's a giant pain. And can time that band pretty well and do it right, but more often than not, folks will jump the line and end up with a band wrapped around their neck, and I'll tell you what, it creates a really nasty injury to your skin. So again, in the interest of safety and fairness, Full Throttle Watercross has invested in the lighted system, and so far it seems to be working out pretty well. That being said, race number three. My runabout stuff and runabout GP classes to the line. Race number 3 to the line. Race number 3 to the line. Race number 4 to staging. Race 4 to staging. Race 4 is going to be our 550 mod class. Nice full line there. So if you're on race number 4, we need to start getting to staging. Now on the track is our sports spec class. As I mentioned earlier, these are older skis. We do have a couple of, it just came out with a new Yamaha Wave Blaster, and I didn't recognize it, honestly. I wasn't even aware that they had come out with this, but it's a really good looking ski. And most of these, in fact, all the boats on the water right now are older boats. They're 2-stroke. Sports spec class has allowed a few modifications. Coming through on the course, let's see. Hard to discern the numbers, but it looks like Lauren Yee in second, I believe. I know yesterday, Isabella Parker on that 169 boat out of Reno, Nevada, put the spank on this field. This young lady is incredibly talented. These sport boats, super challenging to ride. If you can ride an old 550, 650, or an older sport boat like this, these boats are real tippy, and they're pretty tricky to reboard in deep water. So you don't want to crash, and if you do crash, you certainly don't want to mess around getting back on the ski. You need to do it quickly, get your boat started, and get back underway. So looks like we've got some friendly competition going on over here around buoy number 3. I believe that's Norm Yee. Not sure who he's quasi-battling with, but again, race number 3 to the line. Race number 3 to the line. We will be live streaming today. For the folks that are here, maybe you're spectators, you've never been to a jet ski race, or if you're a racer and you just want to share the link with your sponsors, family, and friends. The races are broadcast live on our Full Throttle Watercross Facebook page, and then they're also saved and uploaded. So you can share that information with your family, friends, and sponsors. And if they're not able to watch your race live on the broadcast, they can watch it later on. So good to see folks from all over the world. Yesterday we had a little over 1,000 viewers online taking a look at things. And again, folks, when you're checking in for your race, you must go up and check in with Vegan Newton at staging. If you don't check in, that could impact your starting position. So you must check in staging with Vegan Newton. All right, I really appreciate you calling out the boat number change, but since I can't see them anyway due to the positioning, I appreciate it, but you're on boat 11, Colin. I'll do what I can, okay? If you get way out in front and don't tip your boat over on the side when you come by, I'll be able to see what's up. I see quite a few watercraft coming in. It looks like we have some recreational riders coming in. Hopefully we can catch their attention over here today and recruit some new racers. I will say that we have more new racers at this race than I've seen in our region for at least 5 years, probably 10. Quite a few new racers. So if you're interested in getting involved in racing, come on and join us. We'd be more than happy to bring you into the sport and show you some love. All right. That is the 103 of Terry Cass making their way through the checkers. White flag is out. That indicates the last lap of the race. So the last lap of the race has started. They have one lap left to make any moves. See what they can pull off. Again, race number 3, race 3 to staging, race 4 to staging. I need 3 holders. If I can get 3 holders to the line right now, we'd sure appreciate some help. Raise your hand if you need a holder, racers. Oh. Are you racing, sir? Or are you just standing out there looking pretty? Okay. I need 3 holders. Actually, 1, 2, 3, 4 holders. So you look like you're ready. You got your gloves on and some sneakers and your feet are already wet. Would you mind going down there and helping them with holding? We'd sure appreciate it. Again, folks, if I can get just a couple of more folks down to the line to help with holding, these 4 strokes, it's no big deal. You don't have to lift anything out of the water. All you have to do is keep the boat straight. That's hard to do when it's idling, so just hold it in place while it idles and step back whenever they get on the throttle. We don't want you to get hit with any pump wash. So I need, let's see, I think we've got enough holders, but if we have any racers that still need holders, please raise your hand. Robbie Asmega needs one more holder down there on the far right end. Rob Asmega needs a holder. I see Ben Sneldorf working his way down there. Ben's, when you're done, if you wouldn't mind coming and seeing me, I've got some cash for you. You'd think that would get his attention, right? All right, folks, now on the water, this just finishing up, this is our sports spec class. Again, sorry for not being able to announce the numbers real great. I'm not sitting in a great position, but we weren't able to move me. So that means that we're going to go ahead and move on to our runabout class. I still need 2 more holders, 2 holders to the line. Folks, big runabouts are not hard to hold for. You're not having to lift them out of the water or a man handle or a woman handle the ski. I just need 2 people that can hop in and help stabilize these runabouts. And it looks like I've got 1 gentleman, so 1 more holder to the line, please. Now down on line, let's go ahead and go through our runabout class. This is runabout stock class on that beloved boat out of Anaheim, California, sponsored by Colin Richards, PwC Engineering, Precision Watercraft Cleaning Products, Jet Trim, Works, and Moto United of Bellflower. Please put your hands together for Kim Richards on the 411 boat out of Fresno, California, sponsored by Clausen Motorsports and M&M Motorsports. Please welcome Ching Liu. On the 19 boat from Anaheim, California, sponsored by Colin Richards, PwC Engineering, Precision Watercraft Cleaners, Works Racing, Jet Trim, and Moto United Bellflower, Mr. Colin Richards. And rounding out our field, racing Runabout GP on the 721 boat from Pacifica, California, is Rob Asmega. It looks like we have a nice clean start. Again, race number 4 to the line. Race number 4, that's going to be your 550 mod class. Race number 4, 550 mod class to the line. Race number 5 to staging. Race 5 to staging. Remember, racers, when you come to staging, you must check in with Negan Newton, your race director. He is sitting down there under the Liqui-Moly Easy Up. If you don't check in, it can negatively impact your starting order. You want to make sure that you get the spot that you achieved in registration. We do something a little bit unique. We give you your starting position based upon the order in which you registered for your class. So that encourages people to get registered early. The reason that we do everything to encourage our racers to register early is so our scoring and our queen of scoring, Nicole Rosicetta, does just a really thankless job. Not an easy job. She needs to enter all of these entries. And if you run up at the last second at 8:15 on race day and throw down a handwritten race entry form that looks like a 4-year-old wrote it, we're not going to be able to sponsors right, you may get some of your other information incorrect, and it definitely delays the day. We can't put our race orders together until our registrations are complete. Reason being that we're trying to be considerate of our racers that might race multiple classes or share a boat. And you definitely don't want to be going back to back. Say you're in 550 mod and sports spec the next race. You don't want to race back to back if you don't have to. You need a little bit of a break. Sometimes people are sharing boats or racing the same boat in back-to-back motos. You may need some fuel. So you're going to be doing yourself a favor by registering early. It doesn't cost anything to register early up front. All we want is your information. If you decide not to race, it's super easy to just go ahead and delete the entry. But it takes between 7 and 12 minutes to put together a manual entry. So the online registration process, it's painless. It doesn't cost anything up front if you don't have the money for entries the day that you register, but it definitely helps our race day go better. So now on water, this is your runabout class, and this looks like it's going to be the 11 boat of Colin Richards. Colin and his wife racing against each other in this class. Looks like we may have somebody, I guess they made the buoy. Looked like they were having a hard time negotiating the course over there, but they look good. Again, race 4 to the line, race 4 to the line. We'll click these races off today and get you guys your awards and get you on the road in a timely manner if you come to the line in a timely manner. So we appreciate that a lot. Ben Sneldorf, could you please come to announcing, please? Ben Sneldorf to announcing, please. Ben Sneldorf, I have cash for you, hon. Come see me. He's like, money? You've only told me about 8 times on the mic today. You got cash? Cash is king. Thank you. I'm going to give him payment for the amazing lumpia that you guys gave today. That actually ended up being my lunch, and super delicious. Thank you very much. Don't worry about the change. Tell your wife I said to keep a tip, okay? It was definitely worth it. All right. Ben says that money raised from all the lumpia sales this weekend, which was pretty significant. We had a lot of people enjoying that. Goes to his kids' future racing program. So that'll work out well. How are things going for you, Benz?
Everything's doing good so far. I'm pretty stiff on my shoulder right now. I'm glad to be here. I did go to the hospital and having a good time watching you guys racing. Good luck to all the racers. I love you all.
That's right. Can we talk a little bit about what happened yesterday? You had a little get-off, and unfortunately, I missed it. I understand you dislocated your shoulder?
So it's a pre-existing injury, and out of the whole shot, coming into the turn 1, somebody from the outside leaned in under my ski, and it just shook my shoulder real hard, gave it a big shock, and bam, that's it.
Little yard sale out there on the water. I'm glad to see that you're doing well. I was concerned when I saw you on the beach, but hopefully we'll see you back here in a month. You think you'll be healed up for that?
Well, we'll see. I don't know if I'm going to be racing the rest of the season or keep my shoulder healing, and then I'm probably going to go for a procedure and come back strong next year, and then I'll just keep sponsoring riders, ride my ski, and have a blast out there for a last year.
Well, big thank you for coordinating some really important work this weekend, Ben. I know I've seen you around. This is the first chance that we've had to chat, and I can't thank you enough for your help in getting Eric Hewitt's ski down here for display this week. Really appreciate that a lot. With that being said, race number 4 is on the line. Race number 4 is on the line now. I see my mod class. You guys are pros. You're getting all lined up. So this is going to be our vintage 550 mod class. To the line, race number 4, vintage 550 mod. I believe I'm looking for a total of 8 skis. Let me double check. Nope, I lied. I inadvertently lied. We're looking for 10 skis in the 550 mod class, and another great full line. And again, folks, if you're a new spectator to the sport, these are vintage skis. These 550 skis, were the predecessors to the two-stroke early 2000 skis, like the original SXR, which was a two-stroke. It's now a big, we call it a standabout because they've gotten so big and heavy, but they are 1500s now and they're four strokes. We don't have any new skis that are manufactured by any of the large OEMs that are two strokes anymore. It's all clean technology, quiet technology, four strokes. So really interesting to see how the sport has progressed over the years. Checkered flag out for that race. Let's go ahead and run through the lineup for race number 3. This is race number 4. All right, folks, let's go ahead and run down the line. On that number 2 ski, representing Serbia very proudly out of Marysville, California, put your hands together for the legend, multi-time world champion, Michael Pradanovic. Pradanovic is sponsored by PCM Tile. Team Serbia, Shuki Racing, everybody loves Shuki, Intermoto, and D&D Motorsports. On the 11 boat, you're going to need to keep an eye out for this kid because I'll tell you what, he gave Pradanovic fits yesterday. Out of Lodi, California, sponsored by ADR Racing, New Miller Machines, Sacramento Battery, NorCal Battery. Special thanks to his grandma and grandpa and mom and dad, Mr. Austin Richardson. On the 14 boat from Truckee, California, sponsored by Tahoe Two Strokes, is Jason Teeter. On the 27 boat out of Truckee, California, sponsored by Tahoe Two Strokes, Brass Products, Hovercraft, Motu USA, Bomber Eyewear, No Toil, Wasder Pistons, and Works Racing. Welcome Mr. Bryson Olson. On the 59 boat from Oroville, California, sponsored by Pro Watercraft, ODI Grips, Skullcandy, and Amsoil, is Matthew Wright. On the 95 boat from Hawthorne, California, supported by Sandhopper Beach Wagons and Ace Performance. She's pretty quick, folks. Keep your eye on her. Her name is Rachel Cummings. On the 110 boat from Sparks, Nevada, is Caden Carpinella. And sponsored by Redline Oil, Tahoe Two Strokes, Copper Glow Photos. On the 116 boat, that is Travis Kinney. Rounding out your field on the 476 boat out of Hawthorne, California, sponsored by Sandhopper Beach Wagons and Ace Performance, Mr. Andrew Cesare. And on the 525 boat out of Chino, California, that is Gary Dowds. This is race number 4, moto number 1. That means that race number 5 needs to come to the line now. Race 5 is going to be your 4-stroke light ski class and ski stock class blended with ski 2-stroke limited. Race number 5 to the line. Racers, make absolutely certain that you are checking in with your race director, Deegan Newton. Deegan is located under the Liqui-Moly Easy Up. And you must check in with him or it will negatively impact your starting position. Folks, don't forget to tie down your easy ups or pull your canopies off. We've got pretty good cloud cover today, so I'm not sure that we really even need any shade control. But these easy ups can be damaged very badly and they can hurt somebody pretty good too if they become airborne. Make sure that your children or pets are not swimming anywhere near the course. If you want to get wet, you can go ahead and go just over the hill from me on the backside to the next cove and swim safely there. This is a sanctioned, permitted race course. Allowing anybody to swim or play in the water is tantamount to putting your kids on the freeway to play in the middle of traffic. It's very dangerous. So we appreciate you guys keeping an eye on that. If I can make sure that our racers have their boats well anchored or on a stand, if you're down here by the scoring tower, we've got a pretty strong wind today and it's blowing boats off stands and off anchors onto the course. So we want to make sure and avoid that. This 550 Vintage Mod class is going off, and let me see if I can get a better position so I can see some boat numbers. I see Kenny Wong. He's running for the shot. We got some great coverage here, folks. If you're looking for photos of the event, especially if you're a racer, you need to check out KDW Photos. They've been a big supporter of the Full Throttle Watercross Racing program. We're really glad to have them out. Likewise, we've got Maverick from Now TV here. He is live streaming the races. If you get home and you decide you want to share what you did this weekend with your friends or your sponsors or your family, you can not only watch the races live right now, but we will post them later to the Full Throttle Watercross Facebook page. And it's a great way to share your passion for the sport. So you'll notice that the log jump is open. There's only 3 classes that have to take log jump. And this is one of them. This is the Vintage 550 Mod class. Again, race number 5 to the line. Race 5 to the line. Race 6 to staging, please. Race 6 to staging. That race 5 is going to be ski 4-stroke lights, ski stock, and ski 2-stroke limited. All right, we have a rider go down over the log jump, so our course marshals have directed everybody around that for the
It's the best for her.
All right, thank you very much for the time, okay? Okay, say hi to the camera there, Norm. Say hi to all your fans out there in internet land. You guys, that's what he looks like if you want to put a hit on him, okay? Want to say hi to all of our friends out on the live feed. Right now on Facebook, I am nowhere near the live feed, so if you're saying hi, I'm just going to say hi back. I can't see who's there, but I would bet that, let's see, I'll bet you $50 that Laura Pierce is watching. She's the mom of Jake Pierce out of Lake Havasu City, Arizona. Jake is racing our GP class, and that's an awful lot of fun to watch. She's, I'm sure, really not happy that she wasn't able to be here this weekend. But we've got a great race coming up here after our 550 mod class. Looks like that is the 2 of Predonovich coming through for the white flag. White flag indicates that we have 1 lap left to race in this race. So did not catch the boat number on the second one, but I would bet that that's probably Bryson Olson out there chasing him around the course. Predonovich, I don't even know how many world titles he has in this class. But put it this way, the first time I ever saw Predonovich get beat at World Finals was just about 5 or 6 years ago when Mark Gomez was able to pull off a win in the 550 mod class over him. And that's quite a feather in your cap. For those of you that don't know Mark Gomez, he is not only a really accomplished racer, but an excellent free rider and stuntman. So he competes all over the world in free ride, which is like freestyle motocross in the surf, and is just absolutely phenomenal. He's done quite a bit of stunt work in the movies. And if you have time in October, you need to make some time to come down to Lake Havasu City, Arizona for our World Finals. We have racers from every nation in the world that come in for racing, and it's an amazing experience. That being said, it looks like our race number 5 is staging nicely. Folks, again, if you have not checked in with race director Deegan Newton, racers must check in with Deegan Newton in order to be staged properly. So if I can get my racers' attention on the line, is anybody not checked in with Deegan Newton yet? We look like we're good to go. All right. I'm going to go ahead and run down the race order for race number 5. Race number 5 is on the line now. We have 3 different classes here. We're looking at ski 4-stroke lights on the 4 boat out of Newcastle, California, sponsored by Yamaha Motor Corporation USA, Roseville Motorsports, Go Fast US, Moto Fin, KDW Photos, Watercross of Texas, and of course, Jeff Kleeschulte. Put your hands together for Casey Kleeschulte on the 22 boat out of Folsom, California, sponsored by Watercraft This is his second day of racing ever, folks. Give a big warm welcome to racer Brandon Crawford on the 752 boat out of Layton, California, sponsored by Ultimate Watercraft Performance. M&M Marine and Coda Services is Gavin Hoggard. Racing ski stock class on the 85 boat, all the way from Sammamish, Washington. You heard her sing our national anthem live this morning. She's sponsored by Blosian, Paulson's Motorsports, and Baymar Racing. Her name is Elif Bader. On the 171 boat out of San Clemente, California, sponsored by Hydrolift River Crew Racing, is Max Christian. On the 209 boat from Chino, California, sponsored by U.S. Bowling Corp, is Jacob Fruing. And on that 501 boat, he's fast, folks. He comes to us all the way from Tucson, Arizona, and he's sponsored by Go Fast US, Destination Hydration, and of course our friend Ken Gallagher Photography. His name is David Zapirian. On the 511 boat from Fresno, California, sponsored by M&M Power Sports and Marine, is Jacob Liu. And rounding out the field on the two-stroke limited class on the 21 boat from Sparks, Nevada, sponsored by Tahoe Two Strokes and Top End Unlimited, as well as Vintage Jet Ski, is Ty Milligan. And of course, I can't let the races go on without mentioning that number 6 boat from Lake Havasu City, Arizona, sponsored by Go Fast US and RM Racing. You've seen him course marshaling and stepping up to help out of the races big time this weekend. His name is Mitch DeRica. This is race 5, your ski 4-strokes lights, ski stock, and ski 2-stroke limited class. That means at race number 6, runabout EX Spark needs to come to staging. Race 6 to staging. Race 7 to pre-staging, please. Race 7 to pre-staging. We're getting our water safety in position. They're going to double check that log jump over there. Log jumps are notoriously difficult to rig, and especially on a windy day, whenever we've got water moving pretty well, it can be pretty challenging. So they just want to make sure that that's anchored well. Folks, again, if you're hungry and you're here to spectate at the races, you're welcome to sit wherever you want. Just make sure that your kids or pets don't get in the water. This is a sanctioned race site. It would be very dangerous. But if you're hungry, we've got some excellent food being served right up here next to the Risen Wild Easy Up. And you don't have to bust out your ice chest. You can just go over there and enjoy the food. Cheaper, easier, super convenient. Our race is off the line. That means at race number 6, race 6 to staging. Race 6 to staging, please. I'm going to wander over here and see if I can get a boat number. Our leader. All right, I see Stellhorn parked, or I don't know, Stellhorn, one of our course marshals parked in front of the log jump. The reason that they're doing that is they want to make sure that the skis are not hitting the log jump. This is not a log jump class. And if you're racing multiple classes, it's really easy to get confused, but let's see who this is. Again, still cannot get a good read on that number, boat number. Eureka making his way around the course. I see Mason Beats. See Matt Rollins making his way through. That is a 22 boat of Brandon Crawford out of Folsom, California. Mentioned earlier, yesterday was Brandon's first race ever. Brandon is the son of Brian Crawford, the nephew of Brad Crawford. For those of you that are OG racers, you know how incredibly fast those guys were. Super talented. They always race nice and clean. And I'm stoked to see yet another version of Crawford's out there on the water. So make sure and give this kid some extra encouragement, you guys. He was so stoked, especially with his start yesterday afternoon. Well, I'll tell you what, that is the 5:08 boat of Zapirian in second place. And I would bet, let's see, looking to see who might be in front of him. Maybe Fruing, I'm not sure. It's really hard to read the numbers. But that's the 171 of Max Christian from San Clemente, California, making his way past the checkers. And then the 511 of Jacob Liu. And the 4 of our favorite singer, or excuse me, our favorite racer out of Newcastle, California, Casey Kleeschulte. The 85 boat of Elif Bader. Bader making the trek all the way from Sammamish, Washington, and the 22 again of Brandon Crawford. Crawford, really, I could see the aggressive style. And I will mention to you, the Crawford boys back in the day were notorious for their riding stance, and I see so much of that in Brandon. If you watch this kid on the 22 boat, he does not switch feet, and when he comes into the corner, he's going to drop that handle pull all the way down. I mean, he's might as well be transporting it. But they have this unique riding style and incredibly effective racing. I'm going to predict that we're going to see some pretty big things from Brandon Crawford in the future. He was pretty lit up last night. I think he had a good day yesterday, and he very well may have caught the bug. So, all right. Making his way through there, that is Max Christian, followed by who is that? Zapirian? No, Jacob Blue, sorry. And the 4 of Casey Kleeschulte. Again, race number 6, race 6. I need my racers to the line. Race 6 to the line. You guys need to make sure and check in with Vegan Mutant at staging. Otherwise, it's going to impact your starting position. Again, race 6 to the line, race 7 to pre-staging. Race 6 to the line now. That's going to be your runabout EX Spark. We're looking for Kim Richards, Colin Richards, Doug Wolf, and Michael McFarland. Your race is on the line now. I see Michael's down there already. Thank you very much, Michael. The 812. We are going to take just a slight pause for the cause after this particular moto. We need to give Doug Wolf an opportunity. He's working in the water. He's going to need to get out. So we're going to have a little bit of a delay, but not much. All right, Eureka making his way through the checkers. Eureka has his own unique riding style, too. He's just basically side by side. He looks like he's racing on double skis. Mason, gosh darn it, why do I keep calling Casey Mason? That's Casey Kleeschulte on the 4 boat. Kleeschulte coming to you from Newcastle, California. And apparently I missed his wardrobe change last night. I brought Casey the ugliest outfit. He was renowned for quite a while for wearing really ugly Hawaiian shirts. So Aunt Lisa brought him a cranberry and fuchsia pink flamingo Hawaiian shirt and short set. And I was too beat. Went home, took a shower, crawled into bed, and didn't get to see it. But hopefully he'll be modeling that for us at next month's races here at Cap Far West. We will be back in 4 weeks. So again, if you're a spectator, you're out here at the jet ski races for the first time, we do have racing for juniors from age 10 on up. We've got racers that are getting ready to get on the water that are a little bit more mature. They are 29 years old with lots of experience. So racing is for everyone. It's not just for the young guns. We love getting kids involved when they're young so they learn how to race very safely. Again, that is Brandon Crawford doing a great job, and Happy, we call him Happy, taking a little bit of a dive there, but making his way through. Mitch Dorica getting ready to get passed by the 752 of Gavin Hoggard. Dorica, pro that he is, he's going to go ahead and go wide. He knows that he's lap traffic. This is the last lap of this race. The checkered flag is coming out for your leader, folks. Put your hands together. He's going to hold on to it, and that is the 508 boat. This is unofficial, but that is the 508 of David Zapirian. and I believe it was Jacob Liu behind him, but difficult to see the numbers. Third place unofficially is 85 of Elif Badar. And again, remember, we have 3 classes on the water. Those 3 people are from the ski stock class. So we will finish that up. We're going to take just a little bit of a break and allow Doug Wolf to get things ready for his moto. Doug volunteering to run tech for us this weekend, and he also races. Again, put your hands together for young Brandon Warner out of Folsom, California. This is only his 3rd race, folks. And I'll tell you what, the progression that he has made just in the last 3 motos is fantastic. Folks, make sure that you come back through in between the shore and that yellow buoy and kind of bring your skis to tech. If you finished in the top 3, please bring your skis to tech. We had some major legends on the side here yesterday, folks. A lot of them came out to pay their respects to Eric Hewitt and his family and the loss of Eric. Had not seen Mike Coe in probably 15 years. We had, oh my God, Chris Silvera. We had Dave Miller. We had Bob Fairs. Bob is an absolute legend in the sport. We had all these folks here, and it was like old home week. And I'll tell you what, whenever that GP race started, I think some of them who have been away from jet ski racing for quite a while, their jaws were on the ground. They're like, holy crud, what has happened to our sport? This is awesome. So we tried to talk them into getting back on a ski, and we may actually be able to pull something off next month. I would love to see if we could do something maybe at lunchtime, just an exhibition race with our legends. We'll talk with the promoter and talk with racers and see if we can put something together. But yeah, it was really great catching up with folks. And I got a charge out of Brandon Crawford was just standing there looking at all of these guys talking, telling stories. And I'm pretty sure he thought, you guys are full of it. But everything that was said was true. I was there. I saw it. All right, now down on line, this is going to be race number 6. Race number 6 to the line. We need just a little bit of a break so Doug Wolf can get his costume change done. But let's go ahead and go through the lineup. On the 11th boat from Anaheim, California, sponsored by Colin Richards PwC Engineering, Precision Watercraft Cleaning Products, Jet Trim Works, and Moto United Bellflower. Put your hands together for Kim Richards. On that 33 boat from Manteca, California, supported by HydroTurf, Scat Track Performance Products, Amsoil, and Ultimate Watercraft Performance, that is Doug Wolf. On the 66 boat from Elk Grove, California, racing for Riva Racing, IPD Graphics, and Jet Trim. Put your hands together for Michael McFarland. And rounding out the field, I think he's on the 11 boat instead of the 19 boat. He comes from Anaheim, and he's sponsored by Jet Trim, Moto United Bellflower, Precision Watercraft Cleaners, and Colin Richards PwC Engineering. That is Colin Richards. This is race number 6. Racers, make sure you check in with staging. Make sure that you're checked in with staging. I'm looking for race number 7. This is going to be your Vintage 550 Limited class. Vintage 550 Limited class 2 staging. I also need a holder. Anybody else need holders besides Kim? Just one holder. Okay, who wants to get wet? Who's already wet? I need one holder to the line. One holder to the line, please. Kenny's going to come out and help us. Thank you, Kenny. Kenny Wong usually chases around with a camera. Kenny's part of KDW Photography. He owns the business and runs it. And look at, I have too many volunteers. This is awesome. We have plenty of holders. Thank you so much, guys. All right, and I'm looking, not sure. Only see three runabouts there. Not sure if Doug Wolf is going to make the line. It looks like he's coming in now. Again, we want to get race 7 staged right after this, so I need race 7 to pre-staging. That's going to be your Vintage 550 Limited class, So Michael Berdanovich, Andrew Cesare, Alexander Monroe, Bryson Olson, Cliff Castle, Jason Hannigan, Sean Lung, Adam Schaefer, and Christopher Kaikonen. Your race is in staging. Race number 7 to staging. Race number 8 to pre-staging. Race number 8 is going to be your Pro-Am Ski GP. These are the big boys, and we've got a nice full line. There are 7 racers there. That is race number 8 to pre-staging. I'm going to take just a quick little break here, get our water safety crew back on the water. We should get this race off the line in just a moment. Another reminder, with the wind especially, our trash is getting blown around. It looks like it may be dying down a little bit, and it would be nice if it would just stay like this. But yeah, if you see trash, water bottles, trash, whatever, I don't care if you throw it down or not. If you could just like bend over, pick it up, and toss it in the trash, that would be so appreciated, because race staff has been here since Wednesday. They set everything up. We're going to need to tear everything down. We all have jobs that we need to get back to, and we would really appreciate it because we work together as a team. Everybody just picks up a little bit. That's going to make tear down much easier for us. We want to make sure and leave the race site in better condition than we found it. We love Camp Far West. This is basically NorCal's version of Body Beach, where champions are made, and we want to be welcome back here, so I appreciate your cooperation with that. Water rescue getting into position now. Eureka is on that big red Yamaha out there. He actually just raced, so that's why we have a little bit of a break. But this is race number 6. This is your Runabout EX Spark class on the water. And I do see that Doug Wolf has made the line. Let's see if we can get a nice clean start here. Colin Richards is ready to go. He wants to get out in front of the 19 boat. Excuse me, she's the 11 boat. He's the 19. So it looks like she did get a nice start. Unfortunately, Colin was able to get in front of her yesterday, and I think he just pinched her off again. He was able to move over safely. You need to wait until you've got at least 3 boat lengths between you and any boat behind you or in front of you before you begin to move over. It's called holding your line. So far this weekend we've had some really nice clean racing. Glad to see you guys acting like the pros that you are. It's awesome. Again, race number 7, race 7, Vintage 550 Limited to staging, please. Vintage 550 Limited to staging. I'm going to be looking for Michael Berdanovich, Andrew Cesare, Alexander Monroe, Bryson Olson, Cliff Castle, Jason Hannigan, Sean Lung, Adam Schaefer, and Christopher Kaikonen. Your race is on the line now. Race number 7 to the line. I'll tell you what, we got a race here, folks. Those are little X4s out there in front. These are basically the 1968 Mustangs of watercraft. This is actually the ski that I started racing on back in 1996, and they are a ball. Not only are they fun on the race course, but they're a lot of fun in the surf. Plentiful parts. You guys can pick these skis up for a great deal. They're easy to work on. Even a girl can do it. And yeah, we're going to see some good racing out here. Doug Wolf, I believe, is on Jason Ward's X4. And I'm sure Jason will come and tell me all about it because he loves to loan his skis out. He's pretty proud of them. But it looks like Wolf is in, not sure, I think he's in second. Let's see what happens when they come through here. I believe we have an addition for this class. So this is going to be, that's the 33 of Doug Wolf in the lead. Not sure who's on that other X4 call, but I do have 5 riders in this class. We had an addition, and I don't know who's in second on that other X4. However, I do know that Colin Richards just came through, and his wife Kim on the 11 boat is doing everything that she can to chase him down so she doesn't have to listen to him brag for the next month about how he whipped her fanny. All right, so I'm being updated. I didn't think he was going to be racing today, but that rider in second place is Denny Janeway. Janeway coming out of retirement and showing that he's still got what it takes. This guy was absolutely renowned for his abilities on that X4 hull. So Doug Wolf pulling out a nice lead here. Wolf coming to you from Manteca, California. He is sponsored by HydroTurf Traction Products, Scat Track Performance Products, Amsoil, and Brian Vallejo over at Ultimate Watercraft Performance. And unfortunately, Janeway pulling off the course. What a bummer. He was really giving Wolf a run for his money. So I don't know if he's got a mechanical or if he's just said, hey, wait a minute, that was a lot of fun for a lap or two, but I'm not 21 anymore. So have to get the update from Denny, and it'd be nice to talk to him. We haven't seen him on the race course in a while. A tough break for him. So moving back to the race course, we're going to be looking for race number 7. This is your final call. Race 7 to the line, Vintage 550 Limited. Folks, make sure that the racers are checking in with staging. You must check in with your race director, Deegan Newton. He's under that Liqui-Moly. Easy up there. If you don't check in, then it will negatively impact your starting position. So racers, make sure that you're checking in with our race director. Doug Wolf making the turn again. He is out for literally a Sunday afternoon drive. Walking hard on this fill. He is literally almost halfway across the course from the other racers at this point. So pretty sure he can back off a little bit, maybe save some wear and tear on his motor. The real race is right here. They're coming down the front straightaway. This is Colin Richards being chased by his wife, Kim Richards. Kim on that 11 boat and Colin on the 19 boat. They were cool enough last night. This couple fed all the racers and their families last night. We had a great feed. Clee Schultes put up a projection screen, and we were able to watch some motocross on the side of the trailer, and understand there was quite a bit of fun to be had here in the pits. So unfortunately, I'll tell you what, I'd like to claim that I am as professional as Don Dawson in that I quietly excuse myself and go prepare for the next day and get a good night's rest so I'm on my game. Unfortunately, I think I'm just old, and I was whipped, and I'm so sunburned, it's not even funny. I took a shower and went to bed. So hopefully we are a little bit sharper today. Again, let's go ahead and run down this lineup here as our race number 6, Runabout EX Spark race comes almost to a conclusion. That's Michael McFarland out of Elk Grove, California on the 66 ski, making his way across the checkers. And I'll tell you what, looks like she may be getting ready to make a move on him. Colin Richards showing some fatigue, but here comes Kim Richards. She's madder than a wet cat, boy. She wants to work her way around this course. She's going to catch her husband, and unfortunately, she just missed a buoy. Oh, that's awful. She really was making good time on him. Looks like they may have... Oh, I see the checker coming out, so this is the last lap. Unfortunately, she cannot make that lap up. Big bummer for Kim. She thought for sure she was going to be able to catch him. Folks, put your hands together. That is the 33 of Doug Wolf out of Manteca, California. Doug sponsored by HydroTurf, Scat Track Performance Products, Amsoil Oil, and of course, Brian Boel over at Ultimate Watercraft Performance. In second place for this Runabout EX Spark class, that is a 66 boat of Michael McFarland out of Elk Grove, California. Michael wants to make sure and thank Riva Racing and IPD Graphics as well as Jet Trim for support of his race program. And they're still battling out. Kim says, I don't care if I'm a lap down, dude. I'm going to give you heck. So here she comes. I think Colin's slowing down a little bit. And he just barely beats his wife. So we've got race number 7 on the line now. Race 7. That means that race number 8. Race number 8, our Pro-Am GP ski class, the big boys. You guys aren't going to want to miss this. Race number 8 to staging. Race 8 to staging. Currently online is our Vintage 550 Limited class on the 2 boat from Marysville, California, sponsored by PCM Tile and D&D Motorsports. Put your hands together for multi-time world champion Michael Prodanovich. On the 7 boat from Hawthorne, California, sponsored by Sandhopper Beach Wagons and Ace Performance. He has been given Prodanovich fits. Please welcome Andrew Cesare. On the 18 boat from Reno, Nevada is Alexander Monroe. And on that 27 boat, another giant headache out there for some of the leaders. This kid is incredibly fast, and he is sponsored by Tahoe 2 Strokes, Rouse Products, and Covercraft. Please welcome the 27 boat of Bryson Olson. On the 42 boat, sponsored by Vintage Jet Ski and Top End Unlimited, he comes from Gardnerville, Nevada, and his name is Cliff Castle. On the 53 boat from Porterville, California, is Jason Hannigan, and on that 69 boat, driving up from Fresno to make the races, sponsored by Vintage Jet Ski and Jet Ski Jabronis, please welcome Sean Lung. On the 357 boat from Fairfield, California, is Adam Schaefer, and on the 717 boat, rounding out the field, just down the road in Sheridan is where he lives. His name is Christopher Kaikkonen. This is race 7, Vintage 550 Limited. Getting our water rescue in position. All right, again, race number 8. Race 8, our Pro-Am GP ski. We're going to be looking for River Barner, Jack Briscoe, Jake Pierce, Pete Zernick, Jacob Fruing, Ian Roberts, and Rayson Mason, and apparently Rappin Dietz. Race number 8 to staging. Race 8 to staging. All right. Looks like that 27 boat of Bryson Olson making a nice jump on the field. Nice clean start. Bryson Olson coming down from Truckee, California with this vintage ski. Would imagine that they had quite a bit of tuning to do between the weather and altitude changes. That can really do a number on your carbs. So yesterday it was incredibly hot here. I think we had a high of 113 degrees. It does get pretty warm up here. I've got the blisters and gigantic lobster sunburn to prove it. And yet today it's like 86. We've got 14-mile-an-hour winds. I mean, the whole landscape has changed. So welcome to NorCal, where we're going to have another season in just about a day or so. I have to laugh. I'm from the area, lived up here for 28 years, and I was used to the weather. Moved to Orange County and never got to ride because I was always working. And then moved back to Pismo Beach, where I was from originally. And both of Orange County and Pismo Beach, it's no matter what it looks like outside, it's almost like 78 degrees all the time, and it actually gets boring. But I wasn't prepared for the 100-plus degrees. Again, that is the 27 boat of Bryson Olson with a commanding lead over the field, doing a phenomenal job. And let's see, that I believe that was Sean Lung. I'm not sure. In second position, he absolutely laid the boat over. But I see the 7 of Andrew Cesare coming through the checkers. We've got the 53 boat of Jason Hannigan, and of course the number 2 boat of Michael Prodanovich. So not sure what's going on. Prodanovich should be at least in the top 3, but he may be having a mechanical. We'll see what's going on. His boat does not look like it's healthy. So race number 8, race 8 to the line. Please, racers, make sure that you're checking in with staging. You must check in with your race director, Deegan Newton, underneath the Liqui-Moly Easy Up in order to get the correct starting position. If you don't check in, you will not be given the starting position that you deserve. Race number 10 to pre-staging. Race 10, we're going to be looking for Patrick Parker, Kyle Krieger, Nick Flowers, Trevor Jensma, Matt Rawlings, and James Cosart. And I see that the log jump is open now. Bryson Olson, having such a commanding lead, he's like, you know what, I'm going to go ahead and go over here and risk a little freestyle. But made it clean over that. Over the log jump. That is actually the 357 of Adam Schaefer from Fairfield, California, in second place. Adam Schaefer in second place, followed in third by Andrew Cesare, coming to you from Hawthorne, California. And in fourth place, again, this is all unofficial, but it looks like the 53 vote of Jason Hannigan from Porterville, California. Pradanovich still working that ski. I know, Mike, man, something's wrong with that ski. So we can have our course marshals keep a close eye on that ski. Folks, we do have a recreational rider at the edge of the course. They're off their boat and they're drifting towards the race course. So anyone with a radio, if you can please let our course marshals know that they need to keep a close eye on this spark that is a recreational rider drifting into the course. If they can make contact and let the rider know that they need to move out of the way or tow them out of the way, that would be great. Again, any race staff with a radio, please let our water rescue know. We have a recreational rider that appears to be drifting onto the course. Oh, we've got a rider down over here near the log jump. I think that is Adam Schaefer, but it looks like he's back up. It'll be interesting to see. We've got someone hitting the log jump. They're going to try to make some time up on him. He's still unofficially in second place. That is the 357 of Adam Schaefer, followed by the 7 of Andrew Cesare. And I believe that, let's see, I believe that was a 717 of Christopher Buchanan. Race number 8, this is your ski GP to the line. Race number 8, we are looking for River Varner, Jack Briscoe, Jake Pierce, Pete Zernick, Jacob Fearing, Ian Roberts, and Rayson Mason Beats. Your race is on the line. Race number 8 to the line. Race 9 to staging. Race 9 to staging, please. All right, that's the 69 vote of Sean Lung from Fresno, California, making their way through the checkers. Robbie Hall, is that the white flag I see coming out up there? We've got one lap left to go in this race, and about half the racers are actually hitting that log jump. That's pretty commendable because it's getting awfully rough out there, and you take a heck of a risk in getting pitched and maybe subbing your ski and killing the carbs, but these guys are having a great time. That is the 42 vote of Cliff Castle from Gardnerville, California. Cliff is sponsored by Top End Unlimited. Working his way across, this is Andrew Cesare. Why do I have such a hard time with this guy's name? He comes to you from Hawthorne, California, and Andrew racing multiple classes this weekend. That is the 357 vote of Andrew Schaefer, followed by the 53 vote of Jason Hannigan. And I see the checker flag coming out. Last lap for Pradanovich, and perhaps the torch being officially passed in vintage class. Pradanovich's boat clearly not doing well. That is not a reflection of his riding skill. Pretty sure that he would have at least been in the top 3, but Pradanovich coming to us from Marysville, California, just up the road here, originally from Serbia. So for as long as I've known him, which is pushing 30 years, This guy has raced under the Serbian flag. He's a very proud Serbian national and just a really nice guy. Clean racing, great ambassador for the sport. Folks, put your hands together for your winner of Moto number 1, race 7. That is Bryson Olson. And he's followed pretty darn closely by newcomer Sean Lung. Lung out of Fresno, California. He is sponsored by Vintage Jet Ski and Jet Ski Jabronis. Your third place unofficial finisher here is Andrew Cesare. Cesare sponsored by Sandhopper Beach Wagons and Ace Performance. And I believe that's the 42 of Cliff Castle from Gardnerville, California. Castle wants us to make sure and let everyone know how much he appreciates the support he gets from Top End Unlimited. Now down on line, race number 8. Race number 8 on the line. This is going to be your Pro GP class. Uh-oh. We've got a spill on aisle 4. Folks, put your hands together for Michael Perdonovich, the legend. Struggling just a little bit out there, but I guarantee you that that's a mechanical issue, certainly not a skill issue. All right, now down on line, this is going to be your it's water. Pro GP class. This is Pro Am GP. These are the big boys. These are going to be the fastest boats on the water this weekend. We're looking at some amazing talent on the 76 boat. Your podium winner yesterday, hailing from Harriman, Utah, sponsored by Commander Industries. Jet Pilot, IPD Graphics, C4 Performance, and Jet Trim. Put your hands together for Jack Briscoe. I'll tell you what, Briscoe's going to have some company, and I know that this racer, he wants a piece of the action. He wants the top of the podium. Sponsored by Marine One, CSM, Bullet Racing, and Works H2O Design. On the 88 boat from Lake Havasu City, Arizona is Jake Pierce. On the 149 boat, coming to you from Sacramento, California, sponsored by Risen Wild, Ultimate Watercraft Performance, Slippery When Wet, our friends over at Scat Track Performance Products, and of course, the Gold Club. This is Pete Zernick. On the 209 boat, sponsored by U.S. Bowling Corp, and coming to you from Chino, California is Jacob Fruing. Rounding out the field, on the 658 boat from Sparks, Nevada, sponsored by Commander Industries, Risen Wild, and Fly Racing, that is Ian Roberts. And on the 771 boat, out of Santa Rosa, California, sponsored by 771 Industries, Silver Lining Construction and Blosian Custom Colors. Put your hands together for Racing Mason Dietz. But rounding out the field, folks, we've got a chick on the line, and I'll tell you what, she's no softie. Put your hands together for River Varner on that 23 ski. River coming to you from Riverside, California. She is sponsored by Go Fast US, 100% Goggles, Jet Pilot, Works H2O Designs, Sector Industries, Rhino USA, and Jet Trim, as well as Jeff Ski Repair and Rags Design. This is race 8, Moto number 1, Pro-Am Ski GP. I'll tell you what, oh, Roberts getting a beautiful start, time of light, wonderfully. Ian Roberts, I believe, let's see how they come out. I think Jack Briscoe got underneath him. But I'll tell you what, Roberts was on fire yesterday. I know that he and Pete Zernick both experienced a tremendous loss, along with our race family and Eric Hewitt. These guys were tighter, just incredibly thick as thieves, great friends. And I know that they both wanted to place really well yesterday. Unfortunately, Pete Zernick suffering a mechanical issue, not being able to finish the race, but Ian had just a spectacular. Okay, I'm getting hand signals. I'm not a gang member. 1, Pete Zernick is broke. Yes, okay, great. Thank you. All right, unfortunately, it does look like Pete Zernick is broken. Folks, if you would like like to spectate from the water, we're glad to have you here. Just make sure that you are at least 100 feet outside our race course. We need to make sure that you are 100 feet outside the race course. It's too easy for your motor to stall or your anchor to get pulled. And with this wind, it's going to blow you right into our course. And it could be very dangerous for our racers as well as you. So please, I do see a boat on the far south side of the course. We need to make sure that you folks are aware that this is a closed race course. Please make sure that you either anchor well outside the area or don't turn your motor off. I've seen it happen too often where people's engines got flooded. They weren't able to get the boat started. But looks like Jack Briscoe hitting that log jump, ripping it around there. Briscoe coming to you from Harriman, Utah. But I'll tell you what, Ian wants a win bad. He told me yesterday he wanted nothing more than to win this race in honor of his friend Eric Hewitt. So, Roberts, I met Ian when he was 15 out here in 2000. He was 15 years old. He was on an old 550. He weighed probably 112 pounds soaking wet. And I've watched this young man grow up through the years and develop his skill set. One of the top pros in the world. He and Pete Zernick both practicing a lot together. A lot of fun to watch them develop together, but they both had great results at World Finals. Ian is now married with a couple kids. He doesn't get to practice as much as he would like. And so he's been finishing mid-pack for a while, but I'll tell you what, he is on a tear. He's coming over that log jump. He's got some company, though. Here comes Jake Pierce on the 88 boat out of Lake Havasu City, Arizona. Can Ian hold up his endurance, or will that young 18-year-old Jake Pierce be able to get around him? They're going to move towards that number 3 buoy. Keep a close eye on Ian Roberts, your leader right now out of Harriman, Utah. That is Jack Briscoe, but Jake Pierce wants to get around Ian Roberts. Can Ian Roberts hold on to this race? Looking to see how many laps we have left. How many laps do we have left in this? Robbie Hall, how many laps left? Can't see you whenever you get pulled out beside him. We are halfway now, halfway. Thank you so much. When you guys hold your hands up in front of your face, everything blends. Sorry, I keep nagging at you. Race number 9 to the line. Race 9 to the line. All right, Briscoe making a clean run through the checkers. He has got a full 4.5 second lead. Ian Roberts standing up, stretching his back, trying to hold Jake Pierce off. Pierce on that bright green 88 boat. That is a Kawasaki 1500. If you can't tell by the sound of these boats, these are 4-strokes. They're big, they're heavy, they're incredibly fast. They've got incredibly skilled riders on them. And that is the 771 of Mason Dietz coming through the checkers. Unfortunate break for Pete Zernick, and literally he broke. Really, really sad to see him off the course. I know it meant a lot to him to be able to race this class this weekend, but it happens. All right, here is your leader, again unofficial, but I think he's out for a Sunday stroll. That is a 76 boat of Jack Briscoe. Briscoe wants to be sure and thank his friends over at Commander Industries for all the support of his race program. And I see Jake Pierce was finally able to get around Ian Roberts. And I don't know if he's got enough time to make up the distance between he and Briscoe. Briscoe with an absolutely commanding lead. This is Moto number 1, race number 8. That means that race number 9 needs to be on the line now. Race 9 to the line. Race 10 to staging. Race 10 to staging. Race 9 on the line. In race 9, that's going to be your women's ski lights. So we're looking for Annie Donovan, Rain Porter, Alexis Chin, and Britton Reinhard. Your race is on the line now. Ladies, do not forget to check in with your race director, Deegan Newton. You must check in or you will have your starting position affected, and it probably won't be something that makes you happy. We're nearly done with race number 8, moto number 1, and Jake Pierce on an absolute tear. Yesterday, the podium finishes were, I know that Briscoe took first, Jake Pierce took second, and I'm trying to remember, I think it was Fruey that took third. I guess I need to hold the paper, but this is the 23 boat of River Varner making her way through the checkers. I'll tell you what, there is no shame in that young lady's game. She is incredibly talented, and she should be the poster child for racing, because not only does she have a tremendous skill set, but she pulls her helmet off and it looks like some kind of Baywatch. She's beautiful. The best part, though, she's beautiful on the inside. She is such a nice, humble young lady, and I'm so happy to see her be part of our race program. Oh, rider going over the log jump. That is the 76 boat of Briscoe, and I'll tell you what, Jake Pierce has made some good time. It looks like the white flag has come out, so can Pierce make up the time and get past Briscoe? Watch them as they work their way over here to the split on the far north side of the course. Ian Roberts making his way through. I think he's just Tucker. He's no longer 21. And that is the 23 of River Burner, followed by Mason Beats on that 771. Beats on a very angry sounding little motor. Folks, put your hands together. I believe that this is the last lap or the checker flag lap. It is the beginning of the last lap. So there is a chance that Jake Pierce is going to be able to get around Briscoe. And Briscoe sending it high, bobbling, scrubbing a lot of speed. Folks, we've got a race. This is Jake Pierce all over him, and the checker comes out. Briscoe able to pull that win off, but boy, that was a dangerous bobble over there. Great effort by Jake Pierce. He came from quite a ways back, was held up by Ian Roberts, and finally was able to get around him. And I'll tell you what, I think if they'd had one more lap, we may have seen a different result. That was a great race by both of you guys. All right, now down on line, Ian Roberts taking third in that class. That is the 23 of River Burner in fourth, and the 771 of Mason Beats. I believe that is Jacob Fruing on the far side of the course, and unfortunately, Pete Zernick not able to finish. Had a little barbecue in his motor, I believe. With that being said, race number 9 is now on the line. Race 9 on the line. Racers, you must check in to staging. You must go see your race director before your moto for your starting position. If you don't, then everybody else that did check in will be given their starting positions, and you will be given the last available spots. This is race number 9 now online. This is your women's ski lights class. We have a total of 4 racers on the 26 boat, coming to you from Gardnerville, Nevada, sponsored by Tahoe Two Strokes, Pro Watercraft Racing, PJS USA, BJ Performance and Fly Racing, as well as Easy Ski and Wax Racing. Put your hands together for Annie Donovan Castle. On the 27 boat, coming all the way from Lake Havasu City, Arizona, Miss Rain Porter. On the 111 boat from Nevada, California, on that, sponsored by 771 Industries, is Alexis Chen. And rounding out your race field for women's ski lights, race 9, Moto 1. On the 851 boat is Britton Reinhold, and they are off. Unfortunately, Annie Donovan Castle getting a rough start there. She did so well yesterday. She's racing not only a vintage class, but also her SXR in this class. And we have to wait and see who comes around in first. But if we get race number 10 to staging, race 10 to staging, please. Race 10 is going to be our ski lights. We're looking for Patrick Parker, Kyle Krieger, Nick Flowers, Trevor Jensma, Matt Rawlings, and James Cosart. Your race is online. Race number 10 online. Race number 11 to staging. Race 11 to staging. Again, folks, you are doing an awesome job of getting to the line on time. We're clicking right through these races. We only have 5 more races left for the first half of the day. We're going to take a little break. I believe we're going to have some freestyle during lunch break, and then we'll get right back into racing. We want to finish up our motos, make sure and give you as many laps as possible. Then we will have our awards ceremony after racing. Usually takes between 30 minutes and an hour to finalize the numbers, make sure everything is correct. And then we'll do our awards ceremony down here where we had it last night, which is directly behind the start line. If you've podiumed, you might want to make sure and have some information about your sponsors ready. We can put you on the mic if you like, and you can thank your sponsors. That is the 111 boat, I believe. That is Alexis Chin coming through the checkers. Alexis doing a fantastic job. The Chin girls coming out for, I believe, their second weekend of racing ever. Super nice young ladies. I'm hoping that I can get them down here for a quick interview, perhaps between motos today. All right, again, race number 10. Race number 10 to the line, please. Race number 10 to the line, please. Race 11 to staging. Race 11 to staging, please. All right, and we, as I said, we're going to be back next month for racing here at Camp Far West, same spot. We'll probably have a little bit less water. I'm hoping that by then we will have a little bit of music to throw in so you guys don't have to listen to me just yammer on up here all day long. We don't like dead air, so that's why you're having to listen to me so much. So perhaps we can get some music, and maybe Mason Dietz will sing for us, I don't know. That is the 111 boat of Alexis Chin. She comes to you from Nevada, California, working her way around the course, looking really strong. And I see that beautiful orange SXR of Annie Donovan Castle. She's working her way around. She's made some great headway on this course. As I mentioned earlier, she did not get a great start to the race, but I'll tell you what, she's looking strong. This young lady's working really hard. She also... she does a lot of recreational riding too. They have a great fundraiser called Run What You Brung down in Parker every year, and it's an event that one of the events that I really have on my bucket list. I'm hoping I can make it next year. It looked like so much fun, and they raise money for a really great cause, and 100% of their the money that they raise goes to their nonprofit. So. Jet ski racers get together, having a great time. A lot of the old legends, like, oh my God. There's so many people there. Fischetti, I mean, so many racers that show up at Run What You Run. Rusty Ramey comes out. There's all sorts of people. So definitely want to make it to that. But yeah, she participated in that this year. And if you would like to see some photos or catch information on that, you can come to the Full Throttle Watercross Facebook page. And there's all sorts of information on getting involved in racing. There's live stream from this weekend. We are live streaming right now. Maverick, how many viewers do we have on our live stream feed right now? Can you see? 732. That's awesome. I know we had over 1,000 viewers yesterday. Great to see folks from all over the world viewing the races. I know that Yukiko Kume watches from Japan. Too bad we couldn't have gotten her out here for a race. That would have been awesome. She's come over a couple times. She is, I believe, 3-time women's world champ for women's pro ski. And we brought her over several times so she could qualify for world finals. And it's just too hard to transport a ski and then take it back to Japan and bring it back in October. So we always take care of her. She's a great racer. And if she's watching, a big shout out to Yukiko Kume. This is the 27 boat of Rain Porter, folks. This is one of Rain's first races, so please be sure and give this young lady lots of encouragement. Riders, especially the, I think that's Happy, the 812 that just came through. When you come to the line, you must go in between the yellow buoy and the shore. Please do not go on the outside of that yellow buoy. You were okay now, but if there had been a racer close to you in this race, that could have been bad. So please pay close attention to that, folks. Race number 10 is now on the line. Race 10 is on the line. That means that race number 11 needs to be in staging. Race 11 to staging, please. This race down the line, we can go ahead and start working through the lineup on the 55 boat out of Galt, California, soon to be Lake Havasu City, Arizona. Sponsored by Pete Zernick, Happy Heating and Air, and Mom and Dad. That is Patrick Parker on the 72 boat. Coming to you from Discovery Bay, California, sponsored by the Ski Clinic, Torrent Pulp at House, Jet Pilot, HydroTurf, Waymaker Sunglasses, and Elemental Covers. Put your hands together for the 72 boat of Kyle Krieger on the 117 boat. From Concord, California. He's looking for some sponsors, you guys. His name is Nick Flowers. And on that 656 boat, coming to you from beautiful Southern California, San Clemente, California to be exact, sponsored by Hydrolift River Crew Racing, Trevor Jensma. On the 812 boat, out of Sparks, Nevada, sponsored by Happy Heating and Air Conditioning, that is Matt Happy Rollins. And rounding out your field for race number 10, moto number 1, on the 912 boat from Concord, California, please welcome James Costart. This is race number 10, moto number 1, ski lights class. That means that race number 11, our Vintage X2 Open class, needs to be in staging. Vintage X2 Open class to staging. Race number 12 to pre-staging. Race number 12 to pre-staging. I gotta say, you know, the breeze, it can blow things around, but I'll tell you what, it's a lot more comfortable than it was yesterday. We got roasted here yesterday. I think it was 113. No cloud cover. The spray bottle on my sunblock didn't work, so I'm barbecued. All right, and they are off. And Happy getting a nice start on the outside, but it looks like, trying to see. Looks like the 72 of Kyle Krieger. Unfortunately, had a boat go down, but I believe that is Kyle Krieger with the whole shot. Let's see what happens when they come around. They're going to work their way through the north side of the track. They have an interesting track. They've got a big open sweeper. They'll move around the course, and on the north side is where our split track and chicane are. And if you don't know what a split track is, it basically takes folks that are, say if you're lined up on the far north side of the line, between the center line and the far right-hand side, that means that you're going to need to take the inside split when you get over there. You only have to do it on the first lap. Anybody starting in between the middle pole and the far south pole is going to need to take the outside split, at least for the first lap. Once that the first lap is completed, then they can choose whichever they like. But yes, that is the 72 of Kyle Krieger, and it looks like Happy Rollins in second, followed by the 812. Oh, wait a minute. That's Patrick Parker, I believe, and then Matt Rollins. Real hard to get a read on the numbers. Next month when we come back, I'm going to make sure that we're set up a little bit differently so we've got better visibility and we can call these races. I'm loving the numbers on Doug Wolf's ride here. That is a perfect example of what your numbers need to look like on your ski. We can see and read them and score you properly. So Good job, Doug Wolf. At least you did something right this weekend. All right, folks, again, race number 11. Race 11 to the line, please. I see my sport boats coming down. Right now, we have our ski lights, race number 10 on the course. Looked like Kyle Krieger was leading. Let's see who, that's the 55. That is Patrick Parker, looking strong coming through that checker. Patrick started in the junior race program and has really, really developed. His family recently sold their home in Galt, California, and they're going to be moving down to Lake Havasu City, Arizona. And I know what that means. He's going to be spending even more time on the water training with some pretty hardcore racers. We have an area in Lake Havasu City, Arizona called Body Beach. And it's basically the mecca for watercraft racing. It's where a lot of champions have been built. But I'll tell you what, right here at Camp Far West, we have had a multitude of world champions built here too. So Camp Far West is basically our Body Beach for Northern California, and we plan on going down there in October and showing them what is up. All right, folks, I'm sorry. I just about fell out of my chair because you know how I was mentioning legends earlier? Your ears must have been burning. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Mr. Larry Rippenkroger. He is amazing. Larry, how you doing, dude?
Doing well. I just happened to be up here visiting family this weekend and thought I'd come check it out.
Right on. For those of you that don't know, Larry is actually from the Rio Linda, California area. We found out, this is the guy that I told you about yesterday, okay? When I was telling you about telling this guy that was laughing at us at a bar in Oceanside all about free ride and how to jet ski race and would you like to get involved, all the things that I've been saying to you guys at a remedial level this weekend, it was this dude totally playing me at the bar. How good of a laugh did you have over that?
I'm still laughing.
Thank you. Thanks a lot for making me feel like a gigantic jackass. Hey, let's turn over here. We're live streaming right over there. Say hi to the crowd. Folks, this is Larry Rippenkroger. Larry, can you tell me, I know about a lot of your world titles, but I don't want to miss anything. What kind of titles you got? Do a little brag.
Oh, geez. Four-time world champion, twice in close course racing, twice in freestyle. And then, I don't know, a dozen or more nationals and lots of international titles. And I was lucky enough to be involved in the sport in the beginning when it really exploded and, it took me all over the world.
Yeah, it's also kind of opened up another little lifestyle for you. If you've seen anybody get the crap beat out of them in a movie, especially anybody named Bruce Willis, guess who Bruce Willis's official stunt double was?
Yeah, I've been very fortunate. The next chapter after the jet ski racing, they got me into the movie business, and I was fortunate enough to work my way up there and connect with Bruce and doubled him for over 10 years, and continued to live the dream.
Well, our best to Mr. Willis. We know he's struggling with some health concerns, and I'll tell you what, I've watched many movies. You were in Waterworld, right?
That was my big break. Yeah, Waterworld.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, you guys might want to send your kids up here for an autograph. Larry is super approachable, really, really nice guy. I know that you have mentored quite a few riders, too. One in particular, my son came home from school one day, and he's like, Mom, I met the coolest kid. He's awesome. He's rad. And we're talking, and he's going on and on and on. And I said, well, what's his name? And he says, oh, it's Balin Rippenkroger. And I almost fell out of my chair. So what a small world this is. Your nephew went to school and was tight friends with my son. What's Balin up to now?
I got Balin into doing stunts as well. He moved out to Atlanta, which is like the new Hollywood, and he's killing it. He's working nonstop out there on lots of movies and television shows, and he's making me proud every day.
Awesome, awesome. And I see that you've got your beautiful bride here. She came out with you. Hi, hon. How you doing? Be sure and say hi to the crowd. You are live streaming over there on the Full Throttle Watercross page. And if you guys want to review any of this, we will be posting that. Right now, we're getting ready to call our next race. Larry, thanks for coming over. I know I just grabbed you as soon as I saw you. But yeah, you guys, this guy is a wealth of knowledge and just one of the nicest people in the sport. So thanks for coming out, Larry Rippenkroger. All right, with that being said, we now have, let's see, race number 11 is on the line. This is your Vintage X2 class, race number 11. We're looking at the number 1 boat of Andrew Cesare out of Hawthorne, California. Andrew put on quite a show yesterday, and he is sponsored by Sandhopper Beach Wagons and Ace Performance. On the 13 boat from Sparks, Nevada, sponsored by Goad Racing, Nasty Nicks Motorsports, and FAF Racing, that is Travis Hayes. On the 33 boat from Manteca, California, where it doesn't smell very good, but there's nice citizens. Sponsored by HydroTurf, Scat Track Performance Products, Amsoil, and Ultimate Watercraft Performance. Put your hands together for Doug Wolf. On the 99 boat from El Dorado Hills is Sterling Holden, and out of Fair Oaks, California, sponsored by Too Big Performance. Riding that 177 boat, that is Tyler Toline. Rounding out the field on the 223 boat from Lake Havasu City, Arizona, sponsored by VintageJetSki.com, Fly Racing, Lotion Custom Colors, and Jet Pilot, as well as Jet Trim. Put your hands together for Louis Vendetto. And our final racer of race number 11, this is Vintage X2 Open, Moto number 1, riding that 330 ski out of Granite Bay, California, sponsored by Wilson Brothers Racing and Sweet Aroma CBD. That is Jesse Wilson. This is race 11, Vintage X2 Open. On the inside, let's see who it is that's able to pull that off. Maverick coming over, he's all starstruck, shaking Larry Rippenkroger's hand. How's everybody doing? Is everybody having a good time at the races this weekend? Despite this breeze, lovely, lovely day. You know, I am totally remiss. The one thing I didn't touch on when I was interviewing Larry Rippenkroger, he actually produced Hot Water, which was the newest movie. Came out, about a year and a half ago, I think, right, Larry? And it's still available for streaming. Which platform is that on? Everything except for Amazon. So if you guys want to see an awesome movie, it's called Hot Water. And it is produced by Larry Rippenkroger and his crew. We had a lot of our racers from the race industry appear in the movie. I know Mark Gomez is involved, Alejo, just a ton of people as stunt doubles and background performers. But it's really a fun movie, and I think my favorite part about it was Gene, my 777 dude, showing up. You know who I'm talking about, right? That was, I laughed, I ran it back several times, and I'm cracking up because Gene deserves at least an Academy Award for that performance, right? All right, let's see. I'm going to try and find some more shade because our clouds are burning off and the wind seems to be subsiding a little bit, which I probably just jinxed you and it's going to really come up. But thank you, Larry. You guys drive safe. That literally was a drive-by by Rip and Kroger. All right. Ripping his way through the course like a scalded cat. That is the #1 boat of Andrew Cesare out of Hawthorne, California. I'll tell you what, I'm pretty sure Doug Wolf on that 33 boat is not too darn pleased that Cesare was able to get around him. So he is ripping it as hard as he can, trying to make up some time. And going down around that first buoy, crashing pretty hard. And that's going to give the #7 boat, unfortunately, I think it may be the 177, but it sure looked like a 7 to me. I believe that may be Tyler Toline. Give him an opportunity to catch up a little bit. The 223 boat of Louis Vendetto out of Lake Havasu City, Arizona, making his way through the checkers. Of course, Louis got a really nice list of sponsors. He's getting support from ODI Grips, IPD Graphics, Skull Candy, Stucco Tech, Ski Parts Unlimited, and Retro Racing, as well as Rad Dudes Racing. Then, of course, he also has VintageJetski.com, our friends over at Fly Racing, who have been wonderful supporters of the sport, Blazing Custom Colors, and, of course, Jet Pilot and Jet Trim. All right. Race number 12. I see my racers coming to the line already. We're going to be looking for a total of 4 skis. They are pros. They're already on the line. This is awesome. On that 883 boat from Layton, California is Monty Hoggard. On the 507 boat, this guy is incredibly fast. 508. That is David Zapirian. I believe he won this class yesterday. On the 85 boat from Sammamish, Washington is Elif Bader. And rounding out the next race, race number 12, your 30-plus stock ski is Kevin DeCarly. They are now down on line, so that means that race number 13, race 13 needs to come to staging. Folks, we got a battle here. That is a 330 ski. And unfortunately, the rider behind him going down. And it looks like I probably had some boat number changes that I am not aware of, so I do apologize for that. Oh, this poor rider. This is what happens. Guys, these require a ton of skill to ride, but more importantly, when you're exhausted like this racer is, they're incredibly hard to deep water board. So my course marshal, Mitch Dorica, is going to move over. The rider's going to walk the ski closer to the shore, preferably, so he can have a better chance of reboarding his ski. In the meantime, Dorica is literally going to place himself in harm's way and block for safety. Doug Wolf making his way through. Was he able to get around Cesare? I believe he was. Let's see what happens here. Race number 12. Race number 12 is on the line now. I assume that all of you young ladies have already checked in with staging. Deegan Newton. Is everybody checking in okay now for their starts? Do you have everybody checking in with you okay? Are the racers checking in with you at staging? Everything's going good. Great. Yeah, folks, actually, we're almost halfway through our race day. We're on race 11 of 14, and then we will do tacos at lunch. I don't know if we're going to have any freestyle exhibition. It's too bad that Rip and Kroger couldn't hang out a little bit longer. I'm pretty sure we could put that guy on a quad and he could go out on the water and do some amazing freestyle. But so nice to see Larry out here. He and his beautiful wife showing up. For those of you that aren't familiar with the landscape, Wheatland isn't that far away, but they definitely drove out of their way to come out and touch base with their racers and see how things are going. Great to see them. Hoping to see Larry back down at the free ride that we have the week after World Finals is over in October. I'd like to invite all of you guys, if you want to try something different, yet so much fun, we have a free ride in the Oceano Dunes in October, and I'll have to get the dates for you, but everybody comes down, you're able to drive your vehicle on the beach. It's the only beach in California where you're allowed to legally drive. You can camp right on the beach, and we always camp together. And then we go out and we ride in the surf, and in the evenings and afternoons we play in the dunes in our 4x4s. It's a really good time. We have riders that come from all over the world. Many of them stay an extra week after they've been to World Finals in Havasu, and then they just make the trek over to the coast. And it's a great way to kind of unwind. You're going to be able to ride side by side with professional free ride and freestyle experts, the likes of Mark Gomez, I know we've got Bruno Jacob, just a multitude of riders from all over the world, as well as locally there. And we've been averaging the last couple of years only about 300 people due to COVID and the restrictions that we have on capacity there. But finishing this race, I unofficially look like Doug Wolf may have finished in front of Andrew Cessair. But again, everything that I say is unofficial until it's posted. Nicole's the one that makes it official. I just talk on the mic. So down online right now, this is race number 11. Race 11 is online. That means that race number 12, Kevin DeCarli, Aleph Bader, David Zapirian, and Monty Hoggers. That is who is online now. This is actually race 12 online. That means we only have 2 more races before we're halfway through the day. Then we're going to take a break. And I strongly encourage everybody to beat feet up to the taco stand here next to the Risen Wild Easy Up. I know that there's still some raffle tickets available. Pete Zernick has put together one heck of a display. They're having a raffle. They're having an auction. He's got some great donations. I took some stuff over there from Fly Racing that they were kind enough to pimp me and put that in. I know we should have a final number in a few days on how much money we were able to raise for Eric Hewitt's daughters. But I want to thank everybody for helping out with that and pitching in, showing those girls some love. It was a terrible, terrible loss 2 weeks ago yesterday. And the family was here yesterday. I know that I spoke with Bruce, his father, Eric's dad, and it was a difficult day for many of us. But I will tell you that you guys all played an integral part in what was pretty cathartic, not only for the family, but for a lot of folks that were real close with Eric Hewitt. So his mom did watch on the live feed, and we will be having another memorial for him in Lake Havasu during World Finals. So thanks so much for stepping up, you guys, and showing that family the love. A wonderful opportunity. Again, if you still have time to buy raffle tickets and bid on those items, Pete has got some really cool stuff. And maybe since his ski broke, he'd be willing to come down here and talk with me about what he has left to auction and raffle off. Temperature's starting to come up here at the lake. If I can have race number 13. Race 13, that's going to be your women's 550 mod to the line. And I see the ladies coming down. Ladies, if you can please be sure and check in with staging. Do not go to the line yet because it looks like we have red flagged this race and they're going to bring them back for another start. Not sure what happened there, but generally speaking, the only way that we red flag a race here on this lighting start is if everybody's missing a buoy. So they're going to go ahead and bring them back, back them back up, and get them started again. All right, folks, we are clicking through the day, and this is awesome. I really appreciate you guys being on time. We have a total of 14 races with 2 motos for a total of 28 races basically throughout the day. Right now we're on race 13, Moto 1. Actually, race 12, Moto 1. We had to bring race 12 back. Not sure what happened there, but if you're looking to see who's who on that 20 ski out of Sparks, Nevada, that is Kevin DeCarli. On the 85 boat out of Sammamish, Washington is Aleph Bader. And on the 508 boat from Tucson, Arizona, it's David Zapirian. Rounding out this field here in race number 12, Moto number 1, on the 883 boat from Layton, California is Monty Hoggard. That means that race number 13 is in staging, and I believe we have all of our young ladies here ready for that class. And then we'll close up the first part of racing for the day with race number 14. We're going to follow that with about a 20-minute lunch break. We're going to be abbreviated on our lunch break. And we strongly encourage you to step up there, grab some tacos from our taco vendor next to the Risen Wild Easy Up. While you're up there waiting for your food, please step over, buy some raffle tickets, or make a bid on any of the items for the fundraiser for Eric Hewitt's family. And then we're going to get right back into racing. While we're doing the lunch break, it's my understanding that we have 3 freestyle riders that are going to put on a nice exhibition for you guys. I think Mason Dietz is going to show not only that he's a great racer, he's also pretty darn talented at freestyle. And the guy's got a set of pipes on him, I discovered this morning. The kid can sing. So that was kind of cool. But again, we're going to finish up our first half of the day racing in just a few minutes. We are on race number 12. Looks like Zapirian, David Zapirian on that 508 ski, working his way around. And I believe that is the 883 of Monty Hoggard in second. Let's see. No, that is Monty Hoggard. So that was Kevin DeCarli on the 20 boat. And then the 85 boat is Aleph Bader from Sammamish, Washington. Race 13 to staging. Race 13 to staging, please. We're going to be looking for Courtney Mitchell, Annie Donovan Castle, Chelsea Wright, and Rachel Cummings. Race 13 is online. That means that race 14 needs to come to staging. Race 14 to staging, please. That is going to be your Vintage Ski Open. Racing in that race will be Travis Newsom, Anthony DeCarli, Jason Hannigan, Jonathan Medlock, and Robert Callahan. Again, we're going to take a short break for lunch, about 20 minutes, during which time we're going to have an exhibition freestyle. That's an awful lot of fun to watch. For those of you that are not familiar with freestyle, these are not race skis. They are generally highly modified, custom skis, many of them hand-laid fiberglass, so light and compact without a motor in them, they'll weigh about 40 to 45 pounds. Most of them run great big huge, for example, Dasa 1300s in them. Incredible power bands on these, and you're going to see some flat water tricks that will blow your mind. So please be sure and hang out for lunch. We're going to have an exhibition with 3 riders for about 20 minutes while we take a lunch break after race number 14. Then we're going to get right back into it and finish our race day with moto number 2. Hopefully we'll have you guys on the road at a really decent hour. You'll be able to take a leisurely drive home. We've got folks that have come from as far away as Washington State. I know Zapirian lives in Tucson, Arizona. We've got people from SoCal. We have a lot of locals. We have a lot of new riders. Oh my gosh. The most new riders that I've seen in quite some time at any race. Really, really refreshing to see some fresh faces. Folks, don't be afraid to talk to any of the other racers or the pros. Everybody's super approachable. If you need anything, if you need parts, asking around, you're not getting any results, come on up here and see Aunt Lisa, man. I'm not shy. I will ask for parts. This morning I was looking for silicone for our promoter. I mean, whatever you need, we want to work together to get you on the water. And these people are so cool that I have frequently seen riders that, their boat's gone down. Somebody says, here, take my backup boat, or here, take my primary boat, racing a different class. So it's pretty cool to see everybody step up and help each other out. And very family-oriented sport. Good time on the water. That is the 508 of David Zapirian. Zapirian out for a Sunday drive. And it looks like the 20 of Kevin DeCarly. DeCarly coming to you from Sparks, Nevada, doing a fantastic job this weekend. Really impressed with his riding. DeCarly is sponsorless. Let's get this guy some sponsors. If you are with one of our sponsors on site, or if you're watching on fullthrottlewatercross.com live feed on our Facebook page, and you're a sponsor, I would strongly encourage you to reach out to this young man. His name is Kevin DeCarly, and he's from Sparks, Nevada. If you need contact information for him or any of our other unsponsored riders, please don't hesitate. We're happy to put you in touch with these riders. We want to make sure everybody gets as much support as possible. And of course, that provides your business with more exposure. Inexpensive marketing and a lot of fun. All right, Zapirian working his way through, but it looks like we've had a pass. Elif Bader making the pass, but I'll tell you what, she's going to battle there. She's going to cut inside, push him wide. They're going to race to buoy number 3, and DeCarly able to retake that second position. I think he may have gotten a little bit lax and did not realize that Elif Bader is not to be messed with. This young lady, a beautiful mother of, I believe she's got 2 children, threw her ski in the truck and said, you know what, hon? You stay home with the kids this week, and I'm going racing. She made the drive all the way down here from Sammamish, Washington. You guys have been great about pitching in and helping her. And this morning, she actually sang our national anthem live for us. Really nice. But Elif, a big supporter of our race program. She has made the trek to several of our races. Good to see her back out on the course. She was racing women's pro ski when I met her about 15 years ago. And she took a little bit of time off to hone her position at work, and then get her family started. And she's back now, so definitely not afraid to make the drive by herself. But I see Zapirian taking that checkered flag. DeCarly able to pull off a second, and Elif Bader from Sammamish, Washington, taking the third. So that's going to place, Monty Hoggard in 4th place. That was race number 12, moto number 1. We have one more round of motos for all of our racers coming up. And for those of you that are not aware, our second moto carries just a few more points than the first moto. So basically, it's a tiebreaker. Say Zapirian finished first in this moto, and he finishes second in his next moto. Yet, DeCarly takes first in his second moto, and he took second in the first moto. That means that DeCarly is going to garner just a few more points with that second moto win and win the overall. We will have awards immediately after racing concludes today. Not immediately, about 35 minutes to an hour after racing. So as soon as we're done racing, you can go ahead and pack up, relax a little bit, grab your lawn chair and your ice chest and make your way down here to the start-finish line. And we'll have awards this afternoon after the races are over. Maverick. Can you give me, what time is it, hon? What time is it? Doug Wolf, what time is it? Folks, we're doing great. It's 12:45 and we're halfway through the day already. You're doing an awesome job. I love that everybody's coming to the line on time. With that being said, race number 14 to the line. Race 14 to the line. Going to be looking for Vintage Ski Open. Travis Newsom, Anthony DeCarli, Jason Hannigan, Jonathan Medlock, and Robert Callahan. Your race is on the line. Race 14 to the line. Again, we're going to take just about a 20-minute lunch break after race 14. We'll have exhibition freestyle during that time. Grab something to eat, something to drink, relax for a few minutes, and then we're going to get right back into racing. So we will only take a 20-minute break. All right, that is Courtney Mitchell on the 10 boat, and I believe that is Annie Donovan Castle. I'm not certain. Let's see. Actually, that is Annie Donovan Castle. Appears to be in third place at this point. Again, these are the vintage mod ski class, women's vintage 550 mod ski class. Okay, I'm going to do a little PSA. I got a mouthful of taco here. Guys, my mind is blown. You need to go get some tacos. I believe this is, I think it's carnitas. Might be El Pastor. I don't know. I have a mouthful of deliciousness right now. So you need to grab your wallet, head over to the taco vendor right next door to the Risen Wild Easy Up, and grab some lunch. Oh my God, I'm so sorry I missed this yesterday. This is really good. These tacos are $4 a piece, or you can get 3 for $10. And I'm telling you, they're not street tacos. They're not those little tiny ones. They're bigger and they're really good. It sure tastes like we've got homemade salsa. It's got crema. There's all kinds of condiments over there. So again, tacos are $4 a piece or 3 for $10. That is a screaming deal. And they're absolutely delicious. They're Lisa endorsed. So I'm sorry, I'm going to take a quick break to inhale the rest of this taco. All right, folks, on the water right now, that is race 13. Race 13 is on the water. This is your women's 550 mod. That means that we need to get race number 14. Race 14, women's ski open to the line. Race 14 to the line. Do not forget to check in with your race director so he can give you your race position. If you don't check in, you're probably going to end up with a position that you're not super stoked about. So, again, I got to tell you, we've had some amazing food here on site. Our staff has really hooked it up. That barbecue last night was delicious. That I got to say, these tacos that they're wrangling up the hill, they're so good. And I mean, I work in Santa Maria, California. There is a taco truck on every corner, and this guy puts them all to shame. So, again, if you're hungry, go ahead and head on over to the taco vendor. He's next to the Risen Wild Easy Up, and the tacos are $4 a piece or 3 for $10. If you can eat 2, you must be a big eater. So 3 for $10 is a great deal. These are not little tiny tacos. All right, Annie Donovan Castle working her way through. And folks, put your hands together for what appears to be, I see a white flag. I think we have one more lap left. That's what I get for devouring a taco and not paying attention. We've got a little cloud cover coming in. It's actually a little bit dark, so you might get a little bit sprinkle, which might be a good idea because it might hold down some of this dust. But almost lost my paperwork. I almost got some salsa on my paperwork. All right, I believe that we've had some boat number changes. I see Courtney Mitchell coming down in her 10 boat. Good job, Courtney. Don't forget to check in with our race director. Don't have a 53 on my list. So if somebody wants to let me know who the rider is on the 53 boat, that would be great. And I can't see the other boat numbers. Let's see. I also don't have a 36. Looks like a Yamaha Superjet. Who is that, please? Yeah, it looks like all my boats have changed numbers, folks. The Carly, okay. Looks like we may be missing a couple of riders too. Not sure if Robert Callahan is going to make it to the line. My paperwork reflects 2 36s. So I've got, I believe I've got DeCarly down there on the 37 boat. 36 boat. I don't think Travis Newsom is going to make the line. Then we have Jonathan Medlock on the 479 boat, and on the 53 boat is Jason Hannigan. So Robert Callahan not making this race. Kind of disappointed. Oh, rough break for that 479 of Jonathan Medlock. Ski stalled on the start, but we had some riders that were probably not holding their line, and one of our riders who's just gone down got pushed wide. Again, folks, we are going to take just about a 20-minute break. As soon as this race is over, we're going to take a short 20-minute break. Grab some lunch. We're going to have freestyle exhibition. I'm pretty sure that Mason Dietz is going to come out and show us what he's got along with a couple of other riders. I don't believe that this is going to be scored. I think it's just exhibition. But if you've never seen freestyle before, you're in for a pretty big treat. It's pretty cool. You're going to see some flat water tricks like total backflips, multiple backflips. We've got a number of tricks. I mean, fountains, all sorts of stuff. You'll be amazed at what they can do on these skis besides rip around the course. Of course, the freestyle skis are built and set up completely different from a race ski. The hulls look similar, but most of the hulls for freestyle are custom hulls. They're very short, very lightweight. Looks like your leader there is going to be the 53 boat. That looks like Anthony DeCarli in the lead, and I believe that that was Jason Hannigan in second. Harley and Hannigan battling it out there. This is your vintage ski open class. Small class, again, we're going to have a quick lunch break as soon as this moto is over. We're going to take about a 20-minute break. And I just want to remind racers, the track will be absolutely closed. The only people that can ride on that track, and they won't even be on the track, they'll be here at the start-finish line more than likely. No racers allowed on the track during lunch break. If you're caught on the track, you'll be black flagged for the afternoon. You will not receive a refund. We need to make sure for insurance purposes that the track is absolutely closed during lunch break. The only people allowed on the water at lunch break are going to be our freestyle exhibition riders. Riders are now taking that log jump. That is a great equalizer. Hannigan putting on a great show. He's on that 53 boat. Scoring, how many laps do we have left? Scoring, how many laps? Not a response, sorry. It'll be over pretty quick though. They don't have these skis are tear you up so bad racing them. They are a handful. Not only were they difficult to ride when they were stock, but they're even harder whenever you've got a pipe on them and some mods. So this is your vintage ski open. There's a lot of work done to these and big ups to these folks that are able to hold on to them and race them and switch over to other classes or run multiple classes. I don't know how they do it. Yeah, Yesterday's moto was 5 laps. We'll probably, looks like the white flag is coming out now. So our flag man, Robbie Hall. We've got riders. Take a look at that log jump, folks. 2 riders side by side over the log jump. Great show by these racers. That is going to be, gosh darn it, I think that it's Anthony DeCarli and Jason Hannigan. I know it's Hannigan. I believe DeCarli had a boat change, or at least a boat number change. And how much fun is it to see these old vintage skis hitting that log jump? It's my belief that this was not a required log jump class. I don't have my list here. So they aren't required. One of them could have just said, you know what, I'm riding side by side with this guy. I'm going to go ahead and take the lead by hitting that buoy instead of the log jump. But instead, they know how much fun that log jump can be, not only for them, but as spectators. So they're putting on a great show. Next time they come around, let's see if we can get you guys on your feet and cheering for them. I want to be able to have them hear you from the shore. Not sure if they're going to be able to get close enough. A lot of times they'll even, the leader of a race will slow down on purpose so they can battle, basically, with their nemesis out there in the water. But I believe that this is Hannigan. Not certain, but I believe Hannigan hitting the log jump now. I believe that's DeCarlo pitching the back end and almost eating it, but a great recovery. Anthony DeCarli, I'm sorry. These are some new riders for me. It's great to see actually everyone in this class. These are unfamiliar names to me, but I'll tell you what, watching them race, I think you need to keep an eye on them because we've got some great talent developing here. Again, we're going to take a 20-minute lunch break as soon as this class is over, and we are on our last lap right now. 20-minute lunch break with a hard start 20 minutes after. During that time, the water is closed. If you're a racer, you are not allowed on the track during lunch break. We are only going to allow our freestyle riders to come out, do an exhibition if they like, and then grab a couple tacos. These tacos are killer, you guys. They're so good. And what a great price, man. It's $4 a piece and 3 for $10, I'm told. Super yummy. And I don't know who's making your salsa, but you need to give them a raise. That's really good. Thanks so much for coming out and supplying our racers, making the day a little bit easier. Honestly, it's probably more cost effective to just go to a food vendor and get exactly what you want. You don't have a mess of cleanup and hauling food, buying too much or not enough. And the food is top quality. This guy's got some serious talent. So we're bringing our racers in. We're going to take a quick 20-minute break. And again, if you're a racer, the course is now closed. If you are a racer, the course is closed. We're going to take a 20-minute break, then we're going to get back at it. We're going to blow out these last 14 races, pack everything up. We're going to do our awards ceremony. Kiss, kiss, hug, hug. See you in a month, buddy. They weren't sure how to get the ski up here, and I made a couple of posts, and I'll tell you what, Nick stepped right up, said, yeah, no problem, we'll make sure and get it with all the other race equipment, and we're good to go. So, okay, they are down on line. We've got the starting line set up, and it looks like Patrick Parker on the outside with a really nice start, but we know that anybody on this side is going to get pushed wide, so let's see who was able to get that whole shot. I'm not sure, but that may be, is that Alexa Chin? Let's see who it is when they come around. Race number 2 to the line, race 2, that is going to be my sports bet class. Race number 2 to the line, please. I believe we have an excited father in the water. Mr. Chin, is that you? Nope. It's somebody else. Yeah, just like it wasn't you complaining about being cold, huh? Gotta be proud of your girls. These young ladies are doing a phenomenal job this weekend, along with the rest of our riders. This is your 13 to 15 ski class race. Moto number 2, race number 1. And let's see who that is. Oh, you know what? I wish I had my spotter on the water. I can't tell exactly who that is, but I think it may have been Gavin Hoggard in first place. Let's see. All right, folks, give them some love as they come around, make this hard right-hand turn. We're going to have a battle down that front straightaway. That is one of the Chin girls, and I'm not sure who she's battling with. Believe that was Gavin Hoggard. These are all new racers to the sport with maybe 1 or 2 races under their belt. They're doing a phenomenal job. Again, race number 2. I'm looking for a total of 7 skis. If your name is Isabella Parker, Norm Yee, Kyle Alverson, Jacob Liu, Terry Cass, Matthew Nix, or Jackie Rigsby, your race is on the line. Race number 2 to the line. All right, I'm going to take my short list and my old eyes, and I'm going to wander down here to the water line and see if I can get a better view. Looks to be Britton Reinhardt in first place at this time. Again, everything I say is unofficial until it's posted. But I'm going to get down here and see if I can electrocute myself in the lake. Pretty sure that'd make a few people happy. But you know what? I don't care. What we say about our haters, Kim? I don't care. All right. Nice job there by the 111 of Alexis Chin. Alexis coming to you from Nevada, California. I believe that this is her and her sister's 3rd race. And that is the 851 of Britton Reinhardt coming through the checkers. And I believe it was Patrick Parker after that. Gavin Hoggard on the 752. Again, folks, race number 2. Race number 2 is on the line. Looks like I've got 4 of my 7. 328 boat of Ronan Dragon. I like that kid's name. He sounds like a movie star or like a total badass, doesn't he? My name is Ronan Dragon. Dude, yeah, that's right. It is his first ever race, and he's doing a phenomenal job out there. Put your hands together, folks. That is, I believe, the 111 of Alexis Chen. And that is the 851 of Britton Reinhardt. Britton racing the 10 to 12-year-old ski lights class. And just some incredibly smooth racers out here. White flag comes out. So that indicates that we are on our last lap for this particular moto. And it'll be interesting to see how things shake out. We do have a pass going on over here at buoy number 3. This is the 27 of Ariana Chen. She's racing in the 13 to 15 ski lights class. Do you need any holders down online? We need one holder. If I can get a volunteer, I need one holder. It looks like Doug Wolf has got you there. So do we need another holder or not? Okay, there we go. Thank you very much, Mr. Harden. All right, folks, we are going to need you to put your dogs on a leash. We've had a child that was bitten. If you have 2 small dogs that are off leash right now, luckily the kid is okay, but I need you to put all of your dogs on a leash at this time. We try to give you as much freedom as possible. I don't think these dogs are actually with the races, but if you have 2 small dogs that are off leash, you need to put them on leash, or we're just going to have them picked up by animal control. It's completely unacceptable that a kid can't come to a race without getting bit. Luckily, he's okay, but this could be pretty bad. So, sorry for the interruption there. Great job by these racers. Put your hands together, folks. This is Ariana Chen coming through the checkers on that beautiful 27 boat. Great job by our racers staging. Now down online, this is race number 2, moto number 2. This is to decide for all the pennies. This is going to be your sports bet class on the number 1 boat, coming to you from Reno, Nevada. Excuse me, not number 1 boat. It's the 169 boat. She won moto number 1. You're going to want to keep an eye on Miss Isabella Parker. Isabella, raise your hand. Let's see. You're right here on the end. She's in the pink vest. Let's see if she can take first overall in first and second moto. Hailing from Sacramento, California, the guy is quite the keyboard. Loves to stir it up. He's on the 951 boat, and his name is Norm Yee on the 51 boat from Porterville, California. Put your hands together for Kyle Alverson. And out of Fresno, California, on the 511 boat is Jacob Liu. On the 103 from Sparks, Nevada is Terry Cass. And, of course, we have Matthew Nix on the 701 from Wilton. Rounding out the field is Jackie Rigsby from Sparks on the 911. And I'll tell you what, Isabella Parker timed that perfectly. It looks like she made a great start. She was on the outside, and a lot of riders had been pushed. But she said, no, boys. I've got such a great lead on you that I'm already 3 boats out in front. I'm going to go ahead and move over. This is my race. So she's out front doing a great job. All right, folks, put your hands together. This is your leader, Isabella Parker. Isabella coming from Reno, Nevada, having a fantastic performance yesterday. And she's the only female down on line, but I'll tell you what. No, I'm sorry. I think we have another female in Jackie Rigsby that's doing a fantastic job. Norm Yee on that 951 boat and Jacob Liu on the 511 boat, putting on a heck of a show. Again, race number three, my runabout stock class. I know that we're going to probably have to take just a little bit of a break in between, but Kim Richards, Ching Lu, and Colin Richards will be down on line for the next race. If there's any further delay, we may go ahead and also Rob Asmega, we may have race number 4 first. So stand by. We may have a slight delay on race number 3. But worst case scenario, we'll go ahead and stage race number 4 and then bring 3 back after. Again, with a very commanding lead. Look at this aggressive riding style. These sport boats are not easy to ride, folks. They're very tippy. We're getting some rough water out there on the far side of the boat, or far side of the track. And I believe that's the 951 of the keyboard cowboy himself, Norm Yee, out of Sacramento, California. Doing everything that he can, trying not to get beat by a little girl on the 51 out of Porterville, California's Kyle Alverson. Boy, I'll tell you what, your italicized numbers are real pretty, but I can't read them, guys. I know, they're not free, but you know what? Whoever's doing your graphics, they're talking you into italicized, they're smoking crack. They need to straighten up. That looks awesome right there on the Yamaha, but we can't read it when you guys go blast and pass. I got glasses on. You want to come up here and do my job? This is not easy, buddy. All right. Isabella just checking out. If Yee can get close enough to her, it's going to get very interesting because these are not easy boats to ride in the rough. And they get side by side or even close, it's going to get even gnarlier. So I believe that was the 911 of Jackie Rigsby coming through. Again, race number 3, we may actually push race 3 to race 4. We're going to hold up for a second because our promoter needs a little bit of time to get to the line. So I'm going to go ahead and stage race number 4. I'm going to make an executive decision here. Let's get race number 4 to the line. Race 4 to the line. Deegan Newton. Deegan, we will probably go ahead and run race number 4 before race number 3. We have a delay with our racers. So we're going to switch and run race number 4 next. If I can go ahead and get race number 4, Andrew Cesare, Bryson Olson, and Mike Predonovich, as well as Rachel Cummings, Austin Richardson, Gary Dowse, Caden Carpinella, Matthew Wright, and Travis Kinney. Your race is now staging to the line. Your race is staging race number 4 to the line. Sounds like we might have a little bit of a sick ski in the ski going around the number 1 buoy right now. Our course marshal is keeping a close eye on him. Ski does not sound completely healthy. That's why it's so important that you guys put a bow eye loop on your skis. That's why we're so insistent in our safety meetings in the morning. When you're in the middle of a race, if you get hit, these boats have some foam in them unless you've taken everything out. But generally speaking, they're not going to stay above the water. They're going to sink to just below the water line. And for some reason, these motors don't like to get water in them. They don't run real good that way. Great way to get bent rods, whatever. So it's important not only for the safety of your ski, but your health, that you've got that bow eye tow line on there, so our guys can hook you quickly and get you moved out of the way or towed into shore. So make sure that you've got all of your safety equipment on your boats. Right now I'm looking around, and actually I think that this X2 right here, I may not see it, but it doesn't look like, oh my God. There better be a bow eye or a tow loop on this. I think there is actually up on top, because that's Doug Carty's ski, the guy that's been nagging about it. Well, I couldn't see it hanging down. It's sticking straight out. Your little bow eye has a one of those things, where it sticks out. It's there. I was looking just below it. Great job. Norm Yee coming across there in second place. Norm Yee. Not bad for a cowboy keyboard pro. Great job, though. Isabella Parker taking the 1-1. So that's going to give her the overall for the day, unless I have missed her missing a buoy or something's happened. But phenomenal job by Isabella Parker. She comes to you from Reno, Nevada. And Isabella, if you've got a moment, we would love to interview you. So if you've got a minute, Isabella, come on up, and I'd love to chat with you on the mic for a quick second. Again, my runabouts, I see that our racers are here, so we're good to go. We are going to go ahead and stage race number 4. Race number 3 is on the line now. Race number 3 is on the line now. We're going to be looking for Kim Richards, Ching Liu, Colin Richards, and Rob Asmega. And standing here with me, folks, is Isabella Parker. Isabella, how you doing?
I'm feeling great. Thank you.
Dude, she's got a smile that would light up the sky. This woman, I'm not kidding you. You look a little bit happy. Are you happy?
Yes, very.
Right on. Hey, Isabella, I've heard your name, and I've seen you finishing really, really well, but this is the first opportunity I've had to meet you, and I'm so impressed with your racing. How are things going with your training program?
It's really good. This is my 3rd race ever.
Holy cow. And do you have family members that have been involved in racing?
My dad used to race. He's the one who got me into it.
And what's Daddy's name? I think I know who he is.
Ronnie Parker.
That's right. Who doesn't know Ronnie Parker? Well, I'll tell you what. The apple does not fall far from the tree. This has been so enjoyable. And I got to tell you, I love Norm to death, but Norm Yee got his butt kicked by a girl this weekend hard. And so I think we're going to have to turn into some keyboard cowboys ourselves and do a little smack talk. So you said it's your 3rd race. Besides practicing with your dad, who are you practicing with?
Norm.
Oh, yeah. Ow. That stings, man. That's awesome. So and Ben's, the whole crew. Awesome. Right here at Camp Far West. So you make the drive from Reno then. How often do you come down?
About every weekend.
Sweet. So this is like your home away from home too, right?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, this all started for me here almost 20 years ago, and I love Camp Far West. I see that they are calling for holders down on line. I need some volunteer holders to the line. Who can I get to come down and hold these big old runabouts? So, Isabella, I'm sorry, I'm going to have to cut this short, but we'll get you back on the mic. Thank you, and a fantastic job. Thanks for beating him. I didn't want to have to listen to him brag about how he came off the keyboard and came out and beat everybody up. So, great job by Isabella Parker on that 169 boat in Sports Spec. It looks like she's going to take the win overall for today, and I know she did really well yesterday too. So now down on line, I do need some volunteer holders. I need at least one more holder, possibly 2. Again, if I can get 2 holders to the line, 2 holders to the line, please. Our riders are holding their hands up that need some help, and if you could just step in there and hook them up, that would be great. We do need 2 holders, please. I see 1 and 2. You guys are awesome. Thank you. Okay, down on line, this is race number 3. This is going to be a blend of our runabout stock class combined with our runabout GP. Robbie Asmeg is going to be running that runabout GP, and he is on the 721 boat, that big, huge old Yamaha, which is surprising because he raced Sea-Doos forever. But he is on the inside down there, and it looks like he is on the 721 boat. On the 11 boat is Kim Richards. She's racing runabout stock. She's lining up next to Ching Lu on the 411 boat. And, of course, Colin Richards on the 19 boat. So they're getting ready to go here. That means that race number four, my Vintage 550 Mod class, needs to come to staging. Vintage 550 Mod, race number 4, moto number 2. To the line, please. And they are off, and I'll tell you what. Looks like Ching Lu got a great start there. Ching on that beautiful, beautiful Sea-Doo. He was telling me that thing's brand new. It wasn't even completely, oh no, and he completely went the wrong way on the course. Tough break. Oh, that's such a bummer. He's going to double back, and he'll get back on track. That is such a tough break.
Yeah, sorry about that. Shoot, here's the...
All right, this is Robbie Asmega out of Pacifica, California on that 721 boat. He is running in this runabout GP class on the 411 boat. Oh, I am so sorry. That is Ching Lu. I'm so sorry. It looks like maybe we had an addition to the class. That is actually Kim Richards, I believe. Kim Richards, I believe, out there in third place. Well, second for her class, but third overall. And then Colin Richards on the 19 boat. So that was Kim that accidentally cut the course. And you know, you may think, gosh, why would somebody do something like that? It's pretty clear the buoys are out there. But when you're out there, you're trying to be situationally aware of what's going on around you, so you don't run into anybody, nobody runs into you. The buoys, the course marshals, the conditions, and then you've got to choose the inside or outside split. So it can be pretty challenging to ensure that you don't goof up. And she just took the long way around the course. So, again, race number four, to the line. I see my Vintage Mod 550 class lining up, and that's going to be Andrew Cesare, Bryson Olson. Oh, we see a black flag for Kim Richards. Unfortunately, she has a black flag, so that means that she is going to be disqualified from this race. Apparently, she has continued to create her own race course out there. So, tough break for Kim Richards. She's riding really well, but those are the rules. You can't make your own way. So, see Mitch Dorica getting ready on that beautiful 6 ski, getting ready to race. He's looking for his goggles, and they're on his helmet, the poor guy. He's probably exhausted. He's been working pretty hard for us, so. All right, that is the 411 of Ching Lu. Ching coming to you from... Oh, wait a minute. Let's see what happened here. Flip the page, sorry. I'm looking at him like, what the heck is that? Ching lives down in Fresno, California. I've known Ching for a long time. We used to race endurance together. Kim, just now realizing, oops, wait a minute, being escorted from the course. What's up? She's been black flagged because unfortunately she keeps hitting the buoys incorrectly. We always try to give our racers the benefit of the doubt on the first lap or so, but it becomes a major safety issue if you consistently miss or create your own race course. So they're going to go ahead and black flag her. Tough break for Kim, and that brings us down to Ching Lu and Colin Richards. Ching on that beautiful brand new 411 Sea-Doo. I was talking with him the other day, and he actually had another runabout on order, and he's been looking for quite a while for that. I think our friends at Clausen Motorsports, if you folks remember Steve Freebie, big shout out to Steve. He works there, and I'm pretty sure that that's where he was trying to get his watercraft from. But with the supply chain issues, they keep pushing off delivery. And he was initially told, last October, February, then March, and just kept getting pushed out. So he picked this ski up, this runabout, and he said he almost had 2 hours on the runabout when I talked to him Friday night, which is not quite broken in. And so they do have the new runabouts have a governor on them for the break-in period, and then the governor will be removed via codes. And so he's probably just now coming on to his full break-in cycle. But this, I got to be honest with you, is not the best way to break your ski in while open throttle. So, all right, working their way through the course. That is Rob Asmega, and he is racing in his own class. He is in a runabout GP class, and Ching Liu on the 411 Sea-Doo. Liu took a second in his first moto. If he's able to pull off the win over Kim and Colin Richards, and Kim is out at this point, so if he can beat Colin Richards around the course for the balance of the race, he's going to end up with a first place overall for Ching Liu. And again, everything that falls out of my mouth is completely unofficial until our scoring folks go ahead and confirm that. If you want to check your race results, generally speaking, about 15 to 20 minutes after your moto is complete, they've finished scoring it, and they will post it on the pit board down here near the Moto Oils and Additives Easy Up, provided to us by Liqui-Moly Marine. White flag comes out. We've got one lap left to go. Oh, that is a checker for Rob Asmega. And folks, put your hands together. The winner of the Runabout GP class is Rob Asmega, and the unofficial winner of your Runabout stock class is Ching Liu. Now down on line is race number 4. Race number 4, we're going to be looking at the first moto winners. These are their order in which they finished their first moto. On the 476 boat out of Hawthorne, California is Andrew Cesare. Your second place winner of moto number 1 from Truckee, California on the 27 boat is Bryson Olson. Your third place winner in moto number 1 out of Marysville, California, racing for Serbia, is Michael Pradanovic. On the 95, coming to you from Hawthorne, California, is Rachel Cummings. On the 11 boat from Lodi, California, is Austin Richardson. On the 525 from Chino, California, is Gary Dowse. On the 1110 boat from Sparks, Nevada, is Caden Carpinella. On the 5-9 boat from Oroville is Matthew Wright. And rounding out the field on the 116 boat from Reno, Nevada, that is Travis Kinney. This is, Travis I don't think is going to be racing. Let's see. This is, however, race number 4, your vintage 550 mod, moto number 2. They're going to rack them, stack them, spark them up. Then you'll notice that their holders are going to drop the ski back into the water so they can load the pump up with water. And it looks like the 27, Bryson Olson, getting a nice start there. He's going to push the skier next to him wide, and they're going to rail anyway. They are going handle pole to buoy number 3. Not sure who that is, but it looks like Bryson Olson losing that lead, but let's see what happens here. The right-hand turn towards the split. They are neck and neck. Anything can happen here, folks. Race number 5 to the line. Race number 5. I'm looking for Casey Kleeschulte, Gavin Hoggard, and Brandon Crawford. Race number 5. Race number 5. We're also looking for David Zapirian, Jacob Fruing, Jacob Liu, Max Christian, and Elif Bader, along with Ty Milligan and Mitch Jerica. Your race is on the line. All right, my top 3 racers right now are showing as Andrew Cesare. Excuse me, why am I having Cesare? Sorry, keep dragging my cord on today. Sorry about that. And then I'm sorry, I'm going to have to get Bryson Olson, and then third place right now unofficially is Rachel Cummings. Again, race 5 to the line, race 5 to the line, race 6. Race 6 to staging, please. Race 6 to staging. That is my runabout EX Spark class. To staging, please. Okay. Folks, it's starting to get rough and choppy out there. But you know who I see walking down the beach that I would love to chat with right now? Norm Yee. Can we get you over here for just a second? I'd like some feedback on how that race finished up for you. Folks, Norm Yee on the 951 boat, the infamous keyboard cowboy. Norm, how you doing?
Doing good.
So, dude, you went 2 for 2 in today's motos. What do you think about the chick that finished in front of you? Pretty skilled, huh?
Yeah, she's pretty tough. She rides really well I think this is her first year on the HX. Before she used to ride a Wave Blaster. But she's doing really good.
Well, she says that you're helping train her along with her dad, Ronnie Parker. So neither one of you guys are slouches. If I don't see you out in first, at least you're right behind her, and you had quite a bit to deal with her winning. So really a talented rider. I understand you guys are practicing out here quite a bit with her.
Yes, they come down quite a bit during the summertime. So a lot of us just get out here on the boot course and have a good time and try to get some training, get some laps in. And it's always good to see them come. There's a bunch of people come from Reno.
Yeah, it's great to see the Parker family down here. Norm, I love giving you a hard time. You know I only pick on people that I love. So great job out there. Really, really appreciate everything that you're doing to help support the sport, and that you're getting out there and showing us what you've still got after all these years, my friend. So great job.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Lisa.
All right. We'll see you later. Folks, if you've got any question at all about, my rider did or didn't miss a buoy, or you saw somebody miss a buoy, or somebody didn't hit the log jump, please go talk to your race director. Scoring and announcing can't do anything at all for you. You need to talk to the race director if you've got any questions. With that being said, we've got this race number 7 on the water right now. That means that race number 8 is staging. Race 8 to staging, with race 9 to pre-staging. Race 9 to pre-staging, please. All right, you guys, last call for tacos. Last call for tacos. Quite frankly, I'm surprised there's any left. Those tacos are deliciousness. So if you're still hungry, you need to beat feet up there to the taco stand. This is the last call for tacos. They're going to go ahead and start breaking things down. So again, if you're still hungry, grab at least $4. The tacos are only $4 a piece. They're really good. You can get 3 for $10. And again, last call for tacos. All right, that's the 27 of Bryson Olson going down the front straightaway, and I believe that's Cesare battling with him. But again, took my eyes off the race course for a minute to handle some business, and not absolutely certain in who is in which position. Sun's starting to come back out here, and it's warming back up at Camp Far West. Again, folks, we're going to be back in a month for 2 more rounds of racing. We'll be here on Saturday and Sunday. If you'd like to take a look at our race schedule, all you have to do is go to www.fwxracing.com. That stands for Full Throttle Works Racing.com. Or actually, the easiest way, I think everybody has Facebook, even old ladies like me, and just hop on our Facebook page, Full Throttle Watercross Racing, and you can share photos there, videos, post, interact with the racers, and get any information that you need in regards to upcoming races. tell you what, we've had a little bit of everything weather-wise here this weekend. Yesterday, the clouds were not here. We had clear skies. It was 113 degrees at one point, which gets pretty toasty here in NorCal this time of year. Wouldn't normally expect it till July or August, but that's cool. Got my sunburn on. And today we woke up to considerably cooler temperatures and some pretty gusty winds. Now we've got some variation of clouds for those of you that aren't here right now. Breeze is still kicking up, but I'll tell you what, it's really wreaking havoc on that course. Things are getting pretty rough out there. And I know I got to thank all of our racers for busting hump to get down here and stage as quickly as possible. Do we have any riders online that need a holder? Is there anyone that needs a holder down online? If you do, please raise your hand. Any racers need a holder online? All right, folks, now down online, this is race number 5. Race number 5, I see in our Ski 4 Class Lights class out of Newcastle, California, your Moto 1 winner. Let's see if he can pull it off again. Put your hands together for Casey Gleeschulte on the 4 boat. Finishing number 2 in that class and Moto number 1 on the 752 boat is Gavin Hoggard. And rounding out the field, folks, this is his first weekend of racing ever, and I'll tell you what, I'm so impressed with him. The 22 boat from Folsom, California. Put your hands together for Mr. Brandon Crawford. On the 508 boat from Tucson, Arizona, please welcome David Zapirian. David is racing ski stock class against several other folks, including the 201 boat of Jacob Fruing from Chino, the 511 boat of Jacob Liu from Fresno, the 171 boat of Max Christian from San Clemente, and of course, everybody's favorite Chiquita on the water. Her name is Elif Bader. She comes to us from Sammamish, Washington, and she's running the 85 boat. Rounding out the field in 2-stroke limited class from Sparks, California, Sparks, Nevada, on the 812, that is Ty Milligan. And I'm not sure about that start. Let's see what happened here. Rounding out the entire field, the second racer in Ski 2-Stroke Limited on the 6 boat from Lake Havasu City, Arizona, formerly Northern California, is Mitch DeRica. This is race number 1, Moto number 2. It is your Ski 4 Class 4-stroke lights and Ski Stock, along with Ski 2-Stroke Limited class. That means that race number 6 should be to staging. Race number 6, you need to come to the line now. We're looking for Doug Wolf, Colin Richards, Kim Richards, Michael McFarland, and Denny Janeway. Race number 7 to pre-staging. Race 7 to pre-staging, please. right, folks, they are throwing it down out there. We've got 3 different classes on the water, so it makes it a little bit hard to tell you exactly where everybody's finishing. But I will tell you that 812 boat is Ty Milligan from Sparks, California. Ty throwing it down on the 2-stroke limited class, doing a great job. We're going to have to see how he comes out with the head-to-head match of Mitch Dorica from Lake Havasu City, Arizona on that 6 ski. Dorica probably pretty tuckered at this point. He is part of the race crew. He helped transport all of the equipment up here. He's been working the better part of this last half week to put everything together, and worked as water rescue all weekend, and now he's on a ski. So multi-talented, good guy. Really appreciate his help. Race number 6 is now on the line, so we're looking for Doug Wolf, Colin Richards, Kim Richards, Michael McFarland, and Denny Janeway. Janeway coming out of retirement. Have not seen him race in quite a while. I was just discussing with Colin Richards, and I've known some vintage racers. As a matter of fact, Vintage Man in Australia, I believe that he's still one of the most senior, I don't know if he's racing anymore, but technically we think that Colin Richards here on the 19 boat may very well be the oldest jet ski racer in the world. How old did you say you were, Colin? You're 103? Oh no, you're just 74. Oh, you got plenty of time, dude. Great to see you out there still doing what you love, and can't wait to see how things go on this next moto. Hopefully, you're going to be able to show Kim the way around the course. Kim does not like black flags, so she's going to come back and redeem herself here. That was very unusual for her. I know that she's not feeling well today, but stuff happens. That's okay. You got to let your husband win every once in a while, okay? Now down on line, this is race number 6. That means at race number 7, my Vintage 550 Limited class, race number 7, Vintage 550 Limited needs to come to staging now. All right, that is the 85 boat of Aleph Bader, followed by the 812 of Ty Milligan. Milligan and Bader racing different classes. That is also the 209 of Jacob Crewing out of Chino, California. Jacob finishing second in his first moto. We'll see how things pan out for him. Right now, I see that Jacob is in front of David Zapirian on the 508 boat. And Zapirian took a first. This is a classic example of our scoring, okay? Zapirian won the first moto, and Fruing won second place in the first moto. If Fruing is able to hold on to first place for his class, and Zapirian finishes second, Fruing gets more points on the second moto, basically a tiebreaker, and that would give Jacob Fruing from Chino, California on the 209 boat the overall win for the day. So it's an exciting racing here. I'll tell you what, if you can get around David Zapirian and beat him, that is quite a feather in your cap, because Zapirian, coming from Tucson, Arizona, not only an incredibly tough rider, but just phenomenally talented. I see we've got boats hitting the log jump, so that's kind of exciting. It's a lot of entertainment. And I don't believe that this was required of this class, but that was Aleph Bader leading the boys around the course. And that 812 boat of Ty Milligan not sounding super healthy. So we may want to have our course marshals keep a close eye on him. I think he realizes that he's getting some lap traffic coming up on him, and he's just going to go ahead and baby the ski around the course. He's on his knees now, so my course marshals are watching him closely to make sure that he does not need a tow. The gentleman that he is, you see what he just did. He knew he was going to get lapped. So rather than hang in there and cause issues for the rider who was going to lap him when he knows his ski is not running well, he just went ahead and swung wide, did the sportsmanlike thing, and let the rider by. So let's see how things pan out. In the meantime, again, race number 6 is on the line. That means that race number 7 needs to come to staging, please. Race number 7, Vintage 550 Limited, to staging, please. Race number 8 to pre-staging. Race number 8 to pre-staging, please. Checkered flag out. And that looks to be the 209 boat of Jacob Fruing. I believe Fruing taking that win. Nice job, Jacob. If he was able to get around Zakarian and hold that lead, which it appears that he did, then I believe he is going to take the overall win for today's motos. Again, we run a 2-moto format. We've already run the first motos in the morning. We have a total of 14 races, and we're on our second moto of the day. We're just now starting race number 6 here in a moment, and we're staging race number 7. So we are 3/4 of the day through our racing already. Staff doing a phenomenal job. I love seeing Maverick on site. He's doing our live broadcast on the feed. Thank you very much. Great to see him back out here. Again, if you want to watch either the live feed, you can share the information with your family, or you can go back and watch the recorded races. You need to go to the Full Throttle Watercross Facebook page. If you're not a member already, just simply join. And there you're going to be able to see quite a bit of trash talking. These racers like to interact on the page, but there's some great images and video that everybody shares. So please feel free to join up on the page. All right, now down online, this is our race number 6, our Runabout EX Spark. I don't believe that we're going to be doing our open runabout class. I don't think that, let's see Robbie down there. So this is just going to be a straight Runabout Spark EX class. On the 33 boat, your Moto number 1 winner is Doug Wolf. Let's see whether or not he can pull off a win for the overall today. Doug Wolf coming to you from Manteca, California. On the 19 boat, taking second in the first moto is Colin Richards. And right behind him, taking third, is his wife, Kim Richards. Rounding out the field is going to be the 6-6 boat of Michael McFarland from Elk Grove, California. And then Denny Janeway. It looks like we've got, is that a 2-minute hold, or do you guys need holders? Oh, I see what's happening. Doug is wearing many, many hats today. So Doug Wolf needs to get off the course marshal boat, get somebody else back on the boat, and get Doug Wolf to the line. So we need just a quick moment. In the meantime, let's go ahead and start staging race number 7. Race number 7. That will indicate that we are 3/4 of the way through our race day today. Race number 7 to staging, please. We're going to be looking for Bryson Olson, Andrew Cesare. Yeah, I got it right. Finally, after 57 tries. Jason Hannigan, Michael Pradanovic, Sean Lung, Cliff Kessel, Adam Schaefer, Alexander Monroe, and Christopher Kekkonen. Christopher didn't start in his race this morning, so I'm not sure if he's racing the next moto, but good to see a local here from Sheridan, California. It's just right literally down the road, maybe 7 or 8 miles. Kid's pretty lucky to live close to such a great lake. The interesting thing about Northern California, I moved to Orange County for about 10 years, and I didn't realize how fortunate we were in having all the lakes up here. Rollins Lake is close by. So many sweet places up north. And then you've got Delta with over 1,000 miles of waterway. So looks like Doug Wolf has been able to get on his mount, and we're going to get our other water rescue ski in the water. It's Sharika working on that right now. And they are off. Wolf appears to take that hole shot on the inside. great start. He's on that 33 ski. And I'm not sure, but Jason Ward, is that your 33 ski that he's on, or is that Doug's ski? Is that your ski that Doug is on, or that's his ski? Okay. Thanks, hon. Where the heck is Denny Janeway? Yeah, he was supposed to be out there on Jason's loaner. Jason's great about loaning his skis out and taking care of racers. But unfortunately, missing Denny Janeway on the line. Would have loved to have seen him race. Haven't seen him run a race in quite some time, probably 10 or 12 years at least. But if I can go ahead and stage race number 7, my vintage 550 class. Race number 7 to the line. Race number 7. That means that race number 8 needs to come to staging. Race 8. That's going to be my Pro-Am Ski GP class. Race 8 to the line, please. We're going to stage you and run you right after race 7. Should be hitting the line and taking off in about 4 minutes. Again, race number 7 to the line, folks. Race 7, vintage 550 class. Your race is on the line now. Race 8 to staging. Race 8 to staging. Wolf just showing off for the crowd now at this point. Making his way through the checkers, and let's see. Looks to be Michael McFarland out of Oak Grove, California on that 6'6" boat, followed closely by Colin Richards out of Anaheim, California, and Kim Richards taking her time. This time she got black flagged in her last moto, different class, tough break for her, but she says, you know what, like Sean Laudio always says, slow is pro. So she's going to slow down a little bit, make sure that she knows that course. She knows that she's not going to finish at the top of the podium, but that's okay. She's going to take the time to learn the race course and make sure that everything's safe. Race number 7, race 7. Your race is on the line. Looking for Bryson Olson, Andrew Cesare, Jason Hannigan, Mike Pradanovich, Sean Lung, Cliff Castle, Adam Schaefer, Alexander Monroe, and Christopher Kekkonen. Your race is now on the line. Race number 8. Race 8 to staging. Race 8 to staging, please. Colin Richardson, probably most likely the oldest active member of the racing community that lines up regularly in the world. Just told me, I was kind of shocked. He says, you know, I'm 74, right? And I was kind of blown away. So I hope that I'm still able to get out and goof around and stuff when I'm 74, but I'm quickly approaching that. So 61 stung quite a bit, but you know what? It's just a number. I'm doing everything that I can to enjoy life, and I do that by coming out here to announce for you guys. I love watching our racers develop and talking about all the great times that we've had in the past and what we're doing in the future. Put your hands together for Doug Wolf coming down that front straightaway. Your leader in this class right now. Again, race 7. Your race is now staged to the line. If you're not here we have exactly 1 lap left to go. We will leave without you, and you will not be allowed to enter the race late. So if you're on race number 7, you need to be on the line right now. the 42 Cliff Castle. Let's go ahead and go through the lineup for the next race. Now down on line, this is race number 7, moto number 2. This is going to be your vintage 550 limited class. Your winner of moto number 1, hailing from Truckee, California, on the 27 boat, is going to be out here on the far outside, closest to me. Put your hands together for Mr. Bryson Olson on the 7 ski. Oops. This wind is wreaking havoc. From Hawthorne, California, please welcome Andrew Cesare. On the 53 boat, coming to you from Porterville, California, is Jason Hannigan. And on that number SRB, so Serbia 2, that's going to be Michael Pradanovic. Pradanovic taking a 4th in moto number 1. Let's see if he can improve on that in moto number 2. Rounding out the field on the 69 boat from Fresno, California. I think this is one of his first race weekends, folks. Put your hands together for Sean Lung. On the 42 boat from Gardnerville, Nevada, is Cliff Castle. On the 357 boat from Fairfield, California, is Adam Schaefer. On the 18 boat from Reno, Nevada, is Alexander Monroe. And I believe that Christopher Kekkonen did not start this morning. So I believe that is your entire race line. That means that race number 8, our big boys, the Pro-Am Ski GP, your race is in staging now. Race number 8 to staging, please. Race 8 to staging, please. Folks, you're doing an amazing job. We are 2/3 of the way through our race day. We're going to be able to click these races off pretty quickly. And as I said, hopefully get your awards and your cash payouts. That's right, I said cash payouts. I think we have 4 classes that qualified for that this weekend. In order to win a cash purse, you must race in one of the designated classes, not only Saturday, but as well as Sunday. We gave awards for the overalls yesterday. We will do it again for today's racing at the end of the race day. Here in just a moment. If I can get race number 8, my Pro-Am Ski GP, to the line. Race number 8, Pro-Am Ski GP, to the line. Race number 9, Women's Ski Lights to staging. Race number 9, Women's Ski Lights to staging, please. All right, I have a special message for Ronan. Ronan, I have a very special message for you from someone dear and near to you. What do you got to say to Ronan?
I love you, Ronan!
That's pretty sweet. No yelling, though, okay? You got to be nice. Nope, no pouncing either, okay? What a nice little brother, though, man. If that had been my sister, I would be like, I want to tear your eyes out, Deborah. That was sweet. What's your name, hon?
Dragon Dragon.
Right on. I was just saying what a rad name your brother has. sounds like he should be a movie star or stuntman or something. So that last name, Dragon, that's pretty cool, huh?
Yeah. So I was supposed to be a girl, but I'm a boy.
Out of the mouths of babes. How do you know you were supposed to be a girl? I gotta ask.
Our parents wanted me to be a girl.
Oh, you know what? I have a confession to make. I have a son named Christopher with a K. And you know why he's named Christopher? Because we wanted a girl, and we'd already picked out the name Krista. And do you know what his big brother did to him when he was little? He'd say, Krista, you're just a girl, Krista. And he'd tease him. But now his little brother grew up, and you know what? They raced cars, and his little brother beat the pants off of him for the state championship. Pretty cool, huh?
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
All right, I'm sorry, young man. I'm going to have to cut you off. I need to announce these races, but it's been awesome talking to you. He wants to say one more thing, okay?
Bye, everybody.
I think we have I think we just found our new announcer for the races next year. He's a little ham bone. Thanks for coming down. So let's see. I need to pay attention here. This is going to be my Pro-Am Ski GP class on the line. It looks like Pete Zernick was able to get his ski running again. Unfortunately, Pete's bullet broke down on the first moto about 2 laps in. Really unfortunate break for him. But we're going to be looking for Jack Briscoe out of Harriman, Utah on that 76 ski. Briscoe taking first place in his first moto. Let's see if he can pull off another first place win. I will say we had some super exciting racing in moto number 1. Ian Roberts was able to get a great pole shot. He was behind Jack Briscoe, and Jake Pierce was all over him like a bum on a ham sandwich. Pierce finally able to get around him, and he made some strong moves against Briscoe. Briscoe had almost half a lap lead on the field, and Jake Pierce really pulled up on him, but unfortunately just ran out of time and wasn't able to get around him. So it'll be interesting to see what the start brings in this moto. Also out there on the water is going to be the 23 boat of River Varner, the 658 boat of Ian Roberts, the 209 of Jacob Fruing out of Chino, California, and of course, everybody's favorite rapper, everybody's favorite freestyle dude, and he's not a bad racer, Mr. Mason Dietz on the 771 Pro Force. Rounding out the field on the 149 boat out of Sacramento, California, everybody's favorite friend, that's going to be Pete Zernick. Folks, this is race number 8. As soon as we clear this other race off the course, we're going to be racking up our Pro GP ski class. And if you haven't watched these pros run yet, they are incredibly fast and their boats are super loud. Race number 9 needs to start coming to staging. Race number 9, women's ski lights to staging. Race 10 to pre-staging, please. Race 10 to pre-staging, please. You know, it's so interesting to see our racers migrate into different positions. I really didn't think that I would see Jeremy Dixon get out of racing and become a professional holder, though. It usually works the other way around. So, Jeremy Dixon, when are we going to see you back on the water, dude? I didn't know you transitioned and now you identify as a holder? What's up with that? You were supposed to be a girl when you were born, apparently. So. Did you have to put your purse on the shore so it didn't get wet while you hold, or yeah? All right. I'm sorry, you guys. It's getting late in the day. I'm sunburnt. I'm not even hungover. I mean, I'm too old to even do that anymore, but got some great racers coming to the water. Again, folks, this is race number 8. This is going to be your Pro-Am Ski GP. You might notice a little bit difference in the sound of these skis. These skis are fast. Their riders are incredibly skilled. They're professional level racers, some of the best racers literally in the world. And I'm going to call it right now. You need to keep a close eye on your Moto #1 winner, Jack Briscoe, on that black 76 ski, and the 88 boat, bright green 88 boat of Jake Pierce from Lake Havasu City, Arizona. I think these two guys, they're all going to throw down, but I think the battle is really, really going to go down between Briscoe and Pierce. Let's see what happens here. If I can get race number 9, Britton Reinhard, Annie Donovan Castle, Rain Porter, and Alexis Chin, your race is in staging. Race number 9 to staging, please. Race number 10 to pre-staging. Race number 10 to pre-staging. All right, we're going to go ahead and clear the course. If I can go ahead and get our Pro-Am Ski GP riders to line up. Get you down there, get you ready to go. Folks, we have a total of 14 races today, and we're racing in a 2-moto format. I see quite a bit of spectators standing right behind the starting line, but I know for a fact, without even talking to him, he wants to get around Jack Briscoe. His name is Jake Pierce. On the 658 boat out of Sparks, Nevada, is Ian Roberts. On the 23 boat from Riverside, California, the only chick on the line, her name is River Varner. And that looks to be a red flag start. A bad break for Jake Pierce. He jumped the start. Tough break, and Pete Zernick went right back with him. So I don't know what we're going to do. Are we going to dead lanyard start them? Robbie Hall, what's the call? Dead lanyard? Are we going with the lanyard on the head? Or are you going to let it slide one time? Deegan Newton? All right, unfortunately, Jake Pierce having to dead lanyard start. Jake with his lanyard on top of his head. Unfortunate break for Jake Pierce. He's going to have to dead lanyard start. Let's see if he can make up some ground. I'll tell you what, Jack Briscoe knows he has a huge target on his back. He's going to make as much ground in between all of the racers, but especially Jake Pierce. Keep an eye on Pierce. He's already passed last place. He's going to work his way through this path. And I'll tell you what, that kid, I haven't had an opportunity to talk to him, but he's on a mission. I guarantee you that there was some major butt chewing going on in the Pierce hotel room last night. But totally not his fault. That kid is a terrific competitor. Let's see what happens here. Jack Briscoe doing everything that he can to make his way through this course and get around and as far away from Jake Pierce as possible. They're going to make that turn here, come down to the front straightaway, hang a hard right. Folks, put your hands together for your leader, Jack Briscoe, followed by Ian Roberts on the 658 boat. That is I think it was a 209 of crewing. And Pierce working his way up through the pack. Pierce is on that bright green bullet ski. That is a custom hull. Number 88 just made a pass on River Varner. None of these racers out here any slouches at all. I mean, they're all incredibly fast. Briscoe doing everything that he can to check out of the hotel early. Working his way around, and the log jump is open, folks. All eyes front and center on that log jump. Jack up and over, getting the nose up just a little bit high. You see the experience of Jacob Brewing. Nope, that is Ian Roberts. Making a clean pass over that log jump. Little more air there, and we've got, another tough break for Jake. But he says, you know what, Pete, I'm sorry, I got to get around you, dude. So they went side by side on that log jump, and Jake Pierce has already worked his way up to 4th place after a dead lanyard start for jumping the start. Folks, if I can get race number 9, women's ski lights to the line now. Your race is on the line. Race number 10, ski lights to staging. I'm looking for Kyle Krieger, Trevor Jensma, James Cosart, Patrick Parker, Matt Rollins, and Nick Flowers. Your race is in staging now. Jack looking smoother than a fresh jar of Skippy over that log jump. But I'll tell you what, Ian Roberts is hungry this weekend, man. I know he would love nothing more than to at least win one moto. Suffered a tremendous loss the last week or so in our friend Eric Hewitt. And I know that he and Pete Zernick are racing their little hearts out. Keep an eye on 3rd place. It looks like Jake Pierce is getting ready to make a pass on that rider. Pretty sure that is Freewing out of Chino. Pierce all over him like a bad toupee on Howard Cosell. And oh my gosh, Jake Pierce bobbling just a little bit, but he was finally able to get around him. He's going to work his way through that split on the far north side of the course. Briscoe hitting the log jump right now, and it's getting rough out there, folks. Ian Roberts doing a beautiful job, nice and clean over that log jump. The years and years now, at this point, decades of experience that Ian Roberts has. He knows you need to stay low. Keep an eye on Jake Pierce. He's over that log jump, nice and clean, and he's charging hard. Pierce coming from dead last to 3rd place now. Can he make up some time? This is exactly what happened yesterday outside of the bad start that they got. Pierce just had a cruddy start yesterday, and it was exactly the way it is right now. I really didn't think Pierce would be able to catch Roberts, but he was able to catch Roberts, and he was actually pulling up on Briscoe. And the white flag came out. They only have one left to go, and he just ran out of time. So we have 12 laps in this moto, though. It'll be interesting to see what happens, whether or not the endurance of the youngsters in Jack Briscoe and Jake Pierce will prevail. So they're able to get up there and rail side by side. Pierce over the log jump, nice and clean. Look at the aggressive riding stance of this kid. I've been watching him race since he was, before he was 10. He wasn't racing, but he was riding. Both Jake's dad and uncle, longtime racers. Frewing making his way through. Really impressive riding by Frewing. And here comes Pete Zernick. Zernick stretching his back. He's got River Werner all over him. And then the 771 of Mason Dietz. Dietz providing us with some great entertainment during lunch with his freestyle moves on his Richter. And of course, who can see what type of distance we're talking here. Second difference between first and second place. A 2-second distance between Roberts and Jake Pierce, and it appears that Pierce is going to be relentless in his pursuit of Ian Roberts. Roberts out of Sparks, Nevada. Robert's the dad of 2 children, has a lovely bride in tow, but I'll tell you what, he's no 15-year-old anymore, so I think Roberts is probably starting to get a little bit tuckered. They're going to battle, folks. Pierce was able to pass Roberts on that split, but they're going to come over log jump nearly together. Let's see what happens. And, oh, tough break. Exactly what I was afraid of. Ian Roberts going down over the log jump, but recovering nicely. Generally speaking, if you're going side by side, or especially immediately after another racer over that log jump, not only are you having to deal with the rough water, but once the rider in front of you hits the log jump, it bobbles and bounces all over the place. And it might not look that big to you right now, but I'll tell you what, when you come up to that thing, the best thing you can do, if you're able to, stay on the throttle just before you get there. You're going to let off, and then you're going to flip your throttle again and pop yourself just like that rider did right there. I believe that's Jacob Crewing. Really clean, beautiful ride over the log jump. A lot of times, however, though, they get pitched up. They case the jump. Things happen. So let's see what happens here. Jake coming over. He's getting into some lap traffic. Things are getting really rough. Is he going to be able to get around Jacob Crewing and aim for the jugular of Jack Briscoe? I think, not sure how many laps we have left to go, but I think we're probably 4 or 5 left. Anything can happen. Boats break. I don't want to jinx anybody. Riders go down. That log jump is a huge nemesis for these Pro-Am Ski GP racers. So Pete Zernick approaching that log jump. Let's see what happens. Watch the rider immediately behind Pete. Pete over clean. That rider did a great job. Let's see who this is. That is River Varner, looking like the pro that she is. Beautiful job over that log jump. Again, race number 9. I have race number 9. All 4 of my ladies are on the line. Great job, ladies. Race 10 to staging. Race 10 to staging, please. Race 10, your race is in staging now. Jake Pierce looking up at the tower. Hey, man, how many more laps we got left to go? I'm getting tired. Not sure if we're quite halfway through yet or over halfway. I can see your mouth moving, but I can't read what you're saying, Lizzie. Hold up some fingers for me and let me know how many more laps we have, please. All right, nearly side by side over that log jump. Zernick allowing the 23 boat of River Varner to go ahead and go by. Folks, we have 3 laps left to go. 3 laps left to go. Jake Pierce doing everything he can to make some time on the rest of this field and catch up to Jack Briscoe so they can battle out. They have 3 laps left to go. Race number 10 to staging, please. Race 10 to staging, please. Brewing, standing up, looking over his shoulder, and sweet baby Jesus, when is this race going to be over? But I'll tell you what, making a really strong showing, and you know who looks great? Ian Roberts, racing his heart out this weekend, doing a fabulous job. And here comes the 23 of River Varner. She's just about ready to get lapped by Jack Briscoe. Let's see what happens here as they make their way around. River realizes that she's becoming lap traffic. She's going to stay on the throttle, but she's also swinging wide with some good sportsmanship. She wants to battle with Jack a little bit. Let's see what happens. Jake Pierce battling that rough water out there. Almost didn't recognize Jake. He's grown so much and changed so much. throughing over the log jump. Robert's making his way through. I can tell Ian's starting to get tired. Watch, he's going to stand up, stretch his lower back. Folks, when you're riding rough conditions like this under competition, I can tell you that these guys know what it feels like to be in the final stages of labor and delivery. It feels like someone's ripping your kidneys out. So these guys are putting themselves through quite a bit of abuse. Jake Pierce putting the pass on Pete Zernick. Checkered flag just now coming out. Put your hands together, folks, for your winner of Moto number 2. Appears to be your winner of your overall winner for the day, race number 8, Pro-Am Ski GP, Jack Briscoe. Uh-oh, here comes Papa Briscoe. You know what I love about you? You're not running up here to brag to me because I already saw what happened. He's here to throw water at me, and I have an electrified. Wait a minute. Why don't you just throw me in the bathtub with a toaster, okay? All right, folks. Now down on line, race number 9. Race number 9. This is going to be your women's ski lights. Winner of Moto number 1 out of Lake Havasu City, Arizona, on the 851 boat. Put your hands together for Britton Reinhard on the number 26 boat. She finished number 2 in Moto number 1. She's racing all kinds of classes this weekend. Put your hands together for Annie Donovan Castle on the 27 boat, hailing from Lake Havasu City, Arizona. She took 3rd in the first moto. Can she pull off a win? Actually, I think any of these women can. Please welcome Rain Porter. And rounding out the field, it's only her 2nd weekend of racing. She's doing an amazing job on that 111 ski. From Novato, California, please welcome Alexis Chen. This is race number 9, Moto number 2. This is for all the pennies. Can I have race number 10 to the line, please? Race number 10, ski lights to the line, please. Looks to be a nice, clean start. Alexis Chen with a great start, but looks to be Britton Reinhold with the actual hole shot. The far right-hand side from announcing seems to be the place to be for your starts. You definitely have a great advantage going into that first right turn. So even if you're a few yards behind the leader, if you can get inside them and dive down, you're going to end up being able to pull off that hole shot. So I see our rescue folks here. Want to thank you guys for coming out and hanging out. Hopefully you've been completely bored and not. I know we had one shoulder issue yesterday, but everything going good? Good. Thanks so much for being here. We really appreciate that. Hopefully you don't need to lift another finger today, okay? Race number 10 is now online. Race 10, we're looking for our ski lights racers. That means that Kyle Krieger, Trevor Jensma, James Cosart, Patrick Parker, Matt Rollins, and Nick Flowers. Your race is now on the line. Race 10 to the line, please. That means after this next moto, we're only going to have 4 more races left for the day, and then we can all kick back, relax, crack open an ice-cold beverage, and relax a little bit, pick up our awards. And you guys get to drive home. I am looking for a volunteer if anybody'd like to drive me back to Pismo Beach tomorrow. I'm tired. I really don't feel like doing that by myself again. Great time here, though, at Camp Far West. We love it out here. I really miss, I hate to say it, I miss living in Northern California. I live in a beautiful place, but the accessibility to the water and all the friendly people. So many racers that live up here. I do miss being around you guys, but I do also welcome all of you. If you ever want to ride surf, come on down. We've got the Oceano Dunes where you can drive right on the beach. It's the only beach in California where you can legally drive on the beach. We can camp there, or I've got spare bedrooms. You're more than welcome. It's not fancy, but it's free. So come on down and check out some free ride in the ocean. All right, folks, put your hands together for these racers. Holy moly, that is the 111 ski of Alexis Chen. She appears to be in first place, but is that Annie Donovan Castle breathing down her neck on the 26 boat? Let's see what happens. I know Castle's tired, but she's able to put the pass on Chen. They're going to battle. Come on, Alexis, get off your knees and let's get with it. You're doing great, girl. I'm pretty sure that Alexis's mom just blew a vocal cord out down here cheering for her. It's awesome to see the families out here, all the new people. They're all excited, screaming and yelling. Some great sportsmanship. Again, race number 10 is now on the line. Race 10 to the line. Race 11 to staging, please. Race 11 to staging. Racers, please be sure to check in for your starting position with staging. If you need a holder, just raise your hand up. I'll keep an eye on the line. If you've got your arm up, I know that you need a holder, and we'll call for some volunteers right away. All right, folks, this looks to be your leader, Annie Donovan Castle. Annie doing a great job on that 26 SXR. She hails from Gardnerville, Nevada. And here is Alexis Chen on the 111 boat from Nevada. Alexis, I believe that this is only their third day racing, the Chen girls. Great to see them out there. And I believe that that's the 851 of Britton Reinhardt. All right, I want to send a special message to my friends on the live feed, especially Laura Pierce. I appreciate the updates, Laura. I want you to know that I'm not ignoring you. However, we're lucky if we get one bar of coverage out here and it's spotty. So I just saw your message. Yes, I am sorry. Jake Pierce is on a bullet ski this weekend. So tough break for him in that second moto. But I'll tell you what, we'll be back here in 1 month and we'll see whether or not he's able to pull off the win over Jack Briscoe. Let's see. Going through my messages, my phone suddenly lit up with all sorts of messages. So again, I'm not ignoring anybody. I can't see who's on the live feed. Maverick is about 50 feet from me, and I just have such spotty coverage. So I appreciate the feedback that people give me, the information. We love having current information on rides, and sometimes sponsorships change, etc. Nothing's been intentional, but we do appreciate the feedback. On the water right now, this is race number 9. This is your women's ski lights class. That means that race number 10 is on the line, staging for their start. Race number 10 is going to be your ski lights class, and we're looking for Kyle Krieger, Trevor Jensma, James Cosart, Patrick Parker, Matt Rollins, and Nick Flowers. So a total of 6 riders, and it looks like we have a complete line there. We'll just have to check their boat numbers. After that, we're going to have race number 11. That's going to be our Vintage X2 Open class. Pretty sure that's a cash payout class. I also think that that is a log jump class. So if I can get race number 11 to begin staging, taking the checkered, folks, please put your hands together for Annie Donovan Castle out of Gardnerville, Nevada. Great job, Annie. Back to race number 11. Race 11 is going to be your Vintage X2 Open. So if you could please go ahead and start staging that race to staging, that would be great. Awesome job by our women's ski lights class. We got Alexis is so excited. She just kept going. She wanted to get her money's worth. All right, on the line right now, this is race number 10. This is going to be your ski lights class. Your winner of Moto number 1, coming to you from Discovery Bay, California. This is Kyle Krieger, winning the second position on the 656 boat. Out of San Clemente, California is Trevor Jensman. I was just told that Mason Dietz has also decided to hop in. Not quite sure what boat number he's on yet, but it's okay. We got a red flag start. So on that 72 boat is Kyle Krieger, and as I said, Trevor Jensman is running the 656. On the 912 boat from Concord, California is James Cosart. And on the 55 boat from Galt, California, soon to be Lake Havasu City, Arizona, Patrick Parker. Out of Sparks, Nevada, on the 812 boat is Matt Rollins. And rounding out the field from Concord, California, on the 117 is Nick Flowers. Also looking for Mason Dietz. Not sure what number Mason is running in this moto, but he's decided to jump in. 771. You know, I would know that if I had a hat that had 771 on it. I wonder where I could get one of those. I don't know. But Fly Racing hooks me up, right? That is a not so subtle hint to 771 Industries. Been teasing them about the cool hats that they've got. So Mason Dietz jumping in the field, and it looks like the 8.5. Hold on a second. Yeah, the 656 boat of Trevor Jensma going with a dead lanyard start. Tough break for Trevor, but he was able to get off the line. Let's see if he's able to work his way back up through the pack. All right, here they come, nearly side by side. That is the 912 of James, 812 of Matt Rollins in the lead. And unfortunately, we had a rider take the log jump on the first lap. And that is no bueno. When there's a log jump on the course, not all classes are allowed or required to take the log jump. And if the log jump is definitely, sometimes it's optional, but more often than not, it's just a hard yes or a hard no. And this particular class, I believe, is a hard no, at least on the first lap. So, got to pay close attention to that. Race number 11 to the line. Race 11, Vintage X2 Open. Your race is on the line. Race number 12 to staging. Race 12 to staging, please. I got to tell you, this has been one of the most enjoyable weekends of racing, and I've had some great weekends especially the last couple of years, even with coronavirus, we have been able to travel to American Falls, Idaho, and announce. I know we were up in Twin Cities. I've worked races down in Havasu the last couple of years. Where else did I go? I don't know. Probably the only thing I was most disappointed in, our friends up in the Canadian Watercraft Association, Amy Green and Ray Prowl, were unfortunately had to cancel one of my favorite events, the Sunsplash Festival. Disappointed we weren't able to go this year, but hopefully we'll be able to be back up there next year. Let's see what happens here on the race course at Wheatland, California, also better known as Camp Far West. This is actually a really cool, if you've never been here, it's a cool little private lake. It is our body beach of Northern California, and one of my favorite places on the whole face of the earth. I mean, I got dragged out here almost 29 years ago now when I asked Rod Bigman, hey, how come you got numbers on your ski? And he dragged us out and got my buddy Steve Steiderhar involved, and then I figured out, hey, they're having a lot of fun and I'm tired of being a pit winch, so got involved, and I'm seeing people this weekend that I met the first weekend I came to a race, and Rod Bigman and Lisa Bigman are definitely a big part of that. Those people absolutely changed my life for the better, and I thank you guys. Not only are you still terrific friends, sorry I didn't get to hang out with you much this weekend, but I think you know I love you. I love you, man. All right, again, race number 11. Race number 11. This is my Vintage X2 Open class. Your race is on the line. Race 11 to the line. That means we only have 4 more races left for the day, folks. Only 4 more until we're done. We've done really well on the time. I would have liked to have gotten done a little bit earlier, but luckily I don't have to drive back tonight. The time is 3:09 p.m. We're shooting to have racing done by about 3:40. That'll give us about 30 minutes to an hour to do final calculations for cash payout as well as awards for this round today. We'll bust those awards out as quickly as possible and get you guys on your way. And I just want to make sure and thank everybody for making the trek. Gas is so expensive right now. The economy is tanking. But, you know, you could sit at home and be upset about that, or you can go ahead and scrape together your pennies, put some gas in your ski, come on down to the race course, and hang out with your friends. I'd much rather be broke and sitting here with you guys having a great time than have, you know, some money in my bank account and no happy memories. So thank you so much. I know that it's cost thousands of dollars for some of you to be here this weekend, just between entry fees and travel and food and accommodation. So again, thank you so much for doing that and supporting Full Throttle Watercross Racing. All right, I see Doug Wolf coming to the line. White flag comes out. We have 1 lap left to go. Folks, I need my X2 open to the line. X2 open to the line. If you're not here by the time this checker flag comes out in about 40 seconds, we are going to depart without you. We're looking for Andrew Cesare. Doug Wolf is already down on line. Louis Vendetto, Jesse Wilson, Sterling Holden, and Travis Hayes. Your race is on the line. I only see 4 rides, and I'm looking for 6. So I've got Wolf there. I've got the 330 of Jesse Wilson. I've got the 223 of Louis Vendetto. I can't see the other boat number, but that's okay. I'm just looking for 2 more boats. And again, checkered flag is out. We are not going to hold this race for you. So if you are in our X2 Open class, race number 11, your race is on the line right now, and we will not hold it for you. All right, I'm just being notified that Sterling is not going to be able to make this moto, so I'm only looking for one more racer. I believe it's Andrew Cecere that we're looking for. Not absolutely certain. And folks, the wind is really starting to kick up, so make sure that those easy ups are secured. I have a large mature man hanging off my easy up, getting ragdolled in the wind. Yeah, we've got 5-gallon buckets full of water to hold ours down, and the wind has blown so hard this afternoon that it even goes over. I'm pretty sure I have a dirt clod in my ear and pretty bad eye boogers. It's a good look. I'm feeling dead sexy. All right, Andrew is there. Right on. I'm pretty sure he's going to want to line up because I'll tell you what, Andrew Cecere out of Hawthorne, California was your Moto 1 winner. He's on that number 1 boat. All right, I'm just saying goodbye to the Varner family. I want to make sure and thank River and her family for coming out. They have a long trek in front of them. Ms. Varner, what should we do with any awards for River? You want us to hold on to those, or you want us to send them along with someone? All right, thank you so much. You guys have a safe drive back. Thanks for making it, and I can't wait to see your photos. Folks, this is our X2 Open class on the water. I'm sorry I missed the start there. That means that race number 12, our 30-plus ski stock should be on the line right now. And that is your leader, your winner of Moto number 1 on number 1 boat, Andrew Cecere, followed closely by Doug Wolf on the 33 boat. And I did not catch the number, but I think that was Travis Hayes on the 13. Again, race number 12 to the line. Race number 12 to the line. We only have 3 more races left, folks. Race 13 to staging, please. Race 13 to staging, please. Cecere sounding a little bit like a hornet on steroids, coming down around the turn here and across the front straightaway past the checkers. Folks, Andrew Cecere riding strong. He's racing multiple classes this weekend. Doug Wolf making a great effort there in second place, and I still can't see, but I think that is actually the 223 boat of Louis Vendetto from Lake Havasu City, Arizona. We are looking for David Zapirian, Kevin DeCarli, Monty Hoggard, and Elif Badar. Your race is on the line. I know we need Elif Badar. Monty is online. Not sure who is on the other side. Let's see. I believe that's Kevin DeCarli. So David Zapirian to the line. Your race is on the line. David Zapirian and Elif Badar to the line, please. Race number 13 to staging, please. Race 13 to staging. Cecere just making this look like just up for a really fun wet ride. But look at him. He is staying on the gas, making huge headway against this field. Let's see what the distance is between racers. All right, a full 14 and a half seconds difference between our leader, Andrew Cecere, and second place, Doug Wolf. Wolf making a great run out there, though. The conditions getting extra rough this afternoon. We've had nothing but wind since early this morning. Normally the wind doesn't come up until about 2 o'clock in the afternoon out here, but we've had some strange weather. Yesterday we had extreme heat and clear skies. The entire staff looks like a bunch of boiled lobsters. We're really sunburnt. Even with SPF 50 and Easy Ups, we still got barbecued. But today we woke up to significantly cooler weather. We went from 113 down to a high of 82. So we're glad about that. But when the breeze came up, it made for some pretty challenging race conditions and an awful lot of dust on the shore getting blown around. So, all right. I see that I've got 3 boats down there. So I think I'm looking for David Zapirian to the line. Dave Zapirian. I believe we're missing Dave Zapirian, and your race is on the line, Dave Zapirian. Okay, so Zapirian is on the line. That would mean, let's see, by process of elimination, I guess DeCarly's missing. Unless, no, there's 4 skis there. They were hiding one, and I couldn't see it. Is it a requirement, Deegan, to be able to actually be able to see if you're going to be an announcer? Oh, okay. That must explain why I retired last year. Probably going to have to do it again real soon here. In all seriousness, this job is pretty hard on your eyes. A couple of years ago, I was working for promoters down in Lake Havasu, and he's darn lucky that I didn't file a workers' comp claim against him in all seriousness, because they refused to get us any shade coverage and eye protection. I had gone off and left mine, and they wouldn't even give us time to go buy some glasses, and I literally severely burnt my eyes. It's pretty bad for about 6 months there. So I want to thank the folks at Full Throttle Watercross. You guys have taken really good care of your staff this weekend. It was one of your first races, and you've got some great equipment, and we've talked about what needs to be done in order to make sure that this is the best promoter in the nation. We're putting together a bucket list of items that we need, and any suggestions that our racers have for us, please feel free to reach out. We want to make sure that you've got the best experience possible. Now down online, this is going to be race. Woo, my paperwork's getting blown around. Race number 12 is now online. This is your 30-plus stock ski class on the number 508 boat. He was the winner of motor number 1 out of Tucson, Arizona. Please welcome David Zapirian. On the 20 boat from Sparks, Nevada, your second place rider from moto number 1, Kevin DeCarly. Taking third in the first moto, hailing from Layton, California on the 883 boat is Monty Hoggard. And rounding out the field on the 885 boat is Aleph Badar. This is race number 12, your 30-plus ski stock class. Badar getting a nice start. Hopefully she'll be able to pull over a little bit, but it looks like she's not going to be able to pull over as much as she likes. She's going to get pushed wide, and a huge break. Bad break for her. She ends up being pushed wide and in last place. Let's see if she can make up some time on the field. If I can get race 13, my women's 550 mod, race 13 to the line, and race 14, our final race of the day, Vintage Ski Open to staging. Race 14 to staging, race 13 to the line, please. All right, now coming through the checkers. That is the 508 of your Moto number 1 winner, David Zapirian. If Zapirian is able to hold on to first place, he will score the first overall for this class for today's round. Ooh, that old 550 don't sound super healthy. Again, folks, if we can get race number 13 to the line. Race 13, I'm looking for Rachel Cummins, Chelsea Wright, Courtney Mitchell, and Annie Donovan Castle. Your race is on the line. I'm pretty sure I can read Annie's mind right now. Are you tired, woman? A little bit tuckered? Just a tad wee bit? Yeah, I'll tell you what, she's been racing in a couple different classes. She's ran, I don't know how many laps this weekend. But a great job by Annie Castle there. We also need to start staging our final race for the day. Final race for the day to staging, that's race 14, Vintage Ski Open. Race 14, Vintage Ski Open to staging, please. I see Rachel Cummins down here. She's warming her boat up. We've got several of the other women for the upcoming women's 550 mod class. This will be our 13th race of the day, Moto number 2. We're nearly done with our racing for the weekend. And I want to thank everybody for coming out. Not only our racers, but we had a good number of spectators on site this weekend. We had over 1,000 people viewing the live feed on Facebook, which can be found if it is recorded, and you can view them again over and over and over at Full Throttle Watercross on Facebook. We have our own Facebook page at Full Throttle Watercross. We also have our schedule there, so if you're interested in getting involved in racing, or if you're already involved in racing but you haven't raced our series, you want to know what's going on, go ahead and take a peek at the schedule. Join our racing community at Full Throttle Watercross on our Facebook page, or you can go to ftwxracing.com. Again, that's ftwxracing.com. Gigantic shout out to our sponsors. We've really got some great support this year, but one of our biggest supporters, folks, is Liqui-Moly Marine. They manufacture motor oils and additives, as well as car care, other quality car care. So huge shout out to them for the assistance that they're giving Full Throttle Watercross in our racing series here. Again, we are on our second to last race of the day. Race number 13 is on the line. That means that race number 14, Vintage Ski Open, needs to come to staging now. All right, folks, we have a special call for assistance. I don't know if anybody on site happens to have a portable welder with them, but Kyle here broke his trailer and is not going to be able to transport it. We need to get a temporary weld on it. If you've got a welding unit that's mobile, or if you know of a mobile welder in the area, we'd sure appreciate you turning us on to some information. Again, if you have a mobile welder with you, or if you know anybody local that can help this gentleman out, we'd sure appreciate it. Again, folks, we're getting a call for a mobile welder. If anybody has a welder on site, we have one of our racers that has to go to work in the morning. Really could use a hand. He's broken his axle. So if anybody has a welder on site, we'd sure appreciate some assistance. If you have something, please come and talk to me, and I'll put you in touch with Kyle. Clearly, Kyle's pretty upset right now. His trailer axle is busted. And we all know that repairs are expensive, racing is expensive, and we just like to really help him out. So now down online, this is race number 13. This is our women's 550 mod class. Want to welcome to the line your winner of moto number 1. Can she pull off a moto number 2 for the overall? Put your hands together for that 95 boat of Rachel Cummins. On the 59 boat out of Oroville, California, taking second place in her first moto. Please welcome Chelsea Wright. And on that 10 boat, all the way from Porterville, California, is Courtney Mitchell. Rounding out the field on the 26 Kawasaki SXR from Gardnerville, Nevada, is Annie Donovan Castle. This is race number 13, moto number 2. That means that the last race of the day is now staging online. Race number 14, your race is online. I'm looking for Vintage Ski Open racers. Jason Hannigan, Anthony DeCarli, Jonathan Medlock, and Robert Callahan. Vintage Ski Open, race number 14, moto number 2 is on the line. That is the last race of the day. Please go ahead and bring your rides down to the line. Let's bust out these final race laps. Again, the time is 3:30 p.m. We are shooting to have you folks out of here no later than 5. The sooner we finish our motos, the faster Nicole Mrosik-Pettit can come up with her final tally on positions, get the cash payout set up, and get our awards situated so we can give you your awards and get you on the road. Mason Dietz, how you doing, dude?
I'm doing great.
Hey, so should I ask for your autograph right now? Because I don't know if freestyle is your gig, racing's your gig, or if you're just going to become the next Justin Bieber. But I got to tell you, did you write that song that we played this morning?
Hey, I wrote everything, did all the music, everything.
And you sang, right?
Yeah, and I wrote the lyrics, everything.
I gotta be honest with you, I was like, oh, she was giggling, and I thought, oh, it's gotta be terrible. It's gotta be like a cat getting swung by its tail. It's gotta be like listening to me sing. And then she played it, and I'm like, holy moly, man, this kid's got some talent. I really did. That was awesome. So I'm serious. I think you ought to pursue something in there. I would hate to lose you from racing, but, you know, like I said, you could be, no, you know what Robbie Van Winkle is? You know who Vanilla Ice is? That is Robbie Van Winkle. That's what I'm saying. He used to race with us back in the day, and he was actually pretty good. Yeah. Yep, he raced the X4, the little C2 XPs, and he did really well. And then he went on to have a little music career, and he's got some work on TV, remodeling houses. He made out okay. So yeah. So will you remember all of us little people whenever you become big and famous? Yeah. Cool. What's that you got in your hand? Nothing like it. Nothing like it.
Never mind. Yes, 771.
All right. So Mason brought me a hat. I sniveled and cried and complained all weekend long, and now I have a new lid. So thanks a lot, dude. I will wear that proudly. Thank you very much, and congratulations on your motos this weekend. And I enjoyed your freestyle too. Will the gentleman that needed the welder please come to announcing? The gentleman, there he is. See, you guys, this is awesome. This is exactly what I'm talking about. Who carries a mobile welder? Oh, I know, a jet ski racer. Yeah, Jeremy is hooking them up. Jeremy was trained by the best. We all jury rigged stuff in the past, and now he's stepping up. And he's going to help this racer with his broken axle so he can get home. First time I almost saw a grown man cry at the races. He was very upset. So thank you very much to Jeremy Newton for helping our racer out. That's pretty cool. The action, thank you very much, Mason. I appreciate the new hat. Action on the course right now. Things are getting pretty gnarly out there. It's getting really, really rough. The time is 3:33, and I believe we just have a couple more laps left to go. Then we will have our final race of the day. This is going to be race number 14, Vintage Ski Open. We are looking for Jason Hannigan, Anthony DeCarli, Jonathan Medlock, and Robert Callahan. Your race is on the line. I see the 36 boat of DeCarli and the 479 of Medlock. That means that we're looking for Robert Callahan on that beautiful 1852 boat. Unfortunately, I don't think he's going to be running today. I haven't seen him on the water, and I know that he didn't start in another moto. So we're just looking for Jason Hannigan, and I guarantee you, Jason's going to want to make this next moto because he won his first moto. If he, even if he pulls off a second in this moto, he's going to be placed very well. He's guaranteed to hit that podium. So again, race number 14 is on the line, and I see Hannigan just came to the line. So we are just about ready to start the final race of the entire weekend, folks. And again, I want to make sure and thank our sponsors. I don't have a sponsor list, so maybe I can get Colin over here to talk with me a little bit about who he wishes to thank on the sponsorship. Liqui-Moly, of course, has been a tremendous contributor to our race program here. And let me go ahead and get my sponsor list. All right, we want to make sure that our friends over at Jet Trim, which is located in Frank over there at Jet Trim, we really appreciate his support of our race program. I see the white flag coming out. This indicates the last lap, and I'm pretty sure Annie Donovan is just sputtering under her lid like, oh my God, I'm so glad to see that white flag. All right, and we also want to make sure and thank Hydrolift for their support of the Full Throttle Watercross Racing program. Some tremendous sponsors. You guys are doing a great job. We really appreciate your support. In the meantime, we're just going to go ahead and bust out the checkered flag, and that looks to be, I believe, the 95 of Rachel Cummings, followed by the 59 of Chelsea Wright. And let's see. I believe it's going to be Courtney Mitchell and Annie Donovan Castle. So I think it's going to be basically a carbon copy of Moto number 1 today, but we won't know until the final numbers are tabulated. So we will give you the official at awards here in about 35 or 45 minutes, I believe. Now down online, let's go ahead and go through the lineup. Your number 1 moto winner on that 53 boat out of Porterville, California. Please put your hands together for Jason Hannigan. On the 36 boat, that's a Yamaha. They took second place in moto number 1. Can Anthony DeCarli pull off a number 1 finish for the podium top spot? We'll see as soon as that band snaps. On the 479 boat, out of Yuba City, California, is Jonathan Medlock. And rounding out the field, well, actually, Robert Callahan is not going to be lining up, I don't believe. But I do have 4 skis there. So we do. Okay, are you Callahan? Do you need a holder? Do you need you've got a holder? Okay. Oh my gosh, and I can't tell you, the breeze is really refreshing. But I do kind of feel sorry for these racers because it's getting choppy out there. We've had a lot of fun here this weekend. Last night, Colin and Kim Richards sponsored dinner for everyone, the entire race site. So all of our 113 unique racers, plus their race support teams. And I want to thank them for stepping up. Jackie Harden and her crew, Amanda Stellhorn, they got together. Lizzie Harden, all of them worked very, very hard. They made some delicious smoked and barbecued tri-tip and chicken. We had all sorts of salads. We had dessert. Although I will say that they sandbagged a little bit on the dessert because I did bring brownies for the group, and they were hiding them. Where are those brownies? I don't want to know where they're at. I'd make them and give them to you guys. So, but a huge shout out to them. And of course, the Clee-Schulte family for bringing down their projection screen so we could watch some motocross on the side of the trailer. Had a good time last night. And for those of you that are spending the night tonight, we could definitely relax, cut loose a little bit. Hopefully we'll enjoy another beautiful sunset here at Camp Far West. And if you weren't able to make it out here with us this weekend, we will be back in 1 month, and we would love to invite all of you to come join us. With that being said, here comes our leader for your Vintage Ski Open class. And I believe that is going to be the 53 boat of Jason Hannigan. But we do have a number 4 boat out there, and I'm not sure who that is. I think we had a boat number change. It may be Robert Callahan, but I'm not absolutely certain. We'll do a process of elimination. We got a little freestyle going on here at the front straightaway near the checkers. All right, so we started the weekend off with a very short, abbreviated interview of the Chin Girls, and I'm sorry, you guys, I'm horrible with names. Which one is Alexa? See, Alexis. I keep calling you Alexa, too. Alexis, please win the next moto. How did that go down for you out there?
Pretty good.
Yeah, I'd say pretty good. What happened to your neck there? I think... Oh, that's right. We don't have a rubber band start. That was probably inappropriate for me to ask you about that. Young lady. Oh, it's a birthmark. Okay. All right. We're going to let it slide. So, you had a good time out there, right?
Yeah.
Was it nice and rough?
Yeah.
And which class were you racing, Alexis?
10 to 12 lights and women's ski lights.
Dude, I got to say, you were smoother than a fresh jar of Skippy out there. You looked great. I certainly would not have guessed that this was, what, your second or third weekend of racing, right?
Yeah, this is my second race.
Cool. And so you're training with your sister, who's standing here with us. And, oh, turn around. The camera is right over there, girls. Sorry. We're not. We're camera averse, okay? So this one is Alexis.
Yes.
And this one is...
Ariana.
All right. Couldn't you guys just have like completely different names, and maybe somebody cuts their hair, gains some weight? I don't know. You guys look like you could practically be twins. The only way that I can tell them apart is Alexis has braces with cute little pink band-aids on them. It looked like you were doing pretty good out there against the boys. Were you pretty comfortable with that?
Yeah.
And what class are you racing, Hum?
I did 13, 15 lights today.
Yeah. And yesterday, did you race any different classes?
Yesterday I did women lights.
Yeah, how'd you like that?
So much fun. I love racing.
Awesome. Well, I got to tell you guys, this is your third weekend racing or your second? Second weekend racing, and it's been just the improvement that I've seen here this weekend is phenomenal. What do you think you're going to do to change up your program and improve even further once you get home?
I'm definitely going to work on my turns to making them sharper. And like try to pull full throttle going buoy to buoy.
Nice, yeah. And what about you?
Probably working on my strength so I don't get as tired.
Yeah, it takes a ton of endurance out there and core strength. So nutrition. Who are you guys training with?
Kenny Wong.
And what do you think about training with Kenny Wong?
He's pretty cool.
He's pretty cool. He takes good pictures too, right? So you know, Kenny's good at making this look good. What I need to work on Kenny is having him crop my butt off and these big third grade teacher lunch lady arms, you know. But yeah, I'm glad to see him bringing some new blood into the sport. Kenny's a great guy. We've been real happy to have him around. And not only racing well, but he takes some amazing photos. What's the name of his website? Do you guys know?
KDW Photos.
Awesome. And I'm pretty sure he's got a Facebook page as well. There's Kenny's son. And Kenny's son, come on over here. Brandon, come here, dude. He's like, okay, my dad's kind of famous. I'll go ahead and step over here. Brandon Wong, how you doing, kiddo?
I'm doing good.
Did you have a good time this weekend?
Yeah, I'm just tired a lot.
How old are you, Brandon?
11.
11? I thought you were 23. Someone told me you were 23. No? Come closer to me because my cord is too short and I can't get the mic to you, okay? And I am going to shove your microphone right up to your mouth so they can hear. So what class are you racing, Brandon? 10 to 12. There you go. And how many races have you been involved in so far?
2.
2? And was that yesterday and today?
Well, I was supposed to do 4, but Allie did.
That's okay. That's all right. But this was your first week in racing, correct?
Yeah.
All right. And so are you enjoying training with your dad and these girls? Awesome. And so what are your goals for racing besides, I think everybody wants to win ultimately, but what are some of your other goals?
Well, I'm trying to work on my turning and faster off straightaways.
Yep. You'll get there, guys. And the best thing you can do is train with some experienced racers. Sounds like you're doing a great job. We want to give a big shout out to you, Mr. Wong. Thank you very much. Awesome photos, awesome racing. I don't care what these kids said about you when you were on the water. You're a good guy, okay? Thanks so much, Kenny, for bringing some new blood into the sport, and I can't wait to see how you kids progress. Thanks a lot. All right, folks, the wind has really come up here. This is your Vintage Ski Open class on the water at this time. And I believe they're just finishing up the race. I'm sorry, I did have an interview there. So that concludes our racing for the day. We're going to be putting awards together. I would say that we need Nicole Morosic-Pettit. How long do you think it'll be before awards? 45 minutes, an hour? No idea. Okay, well, at least you're honest about it. I'm going to estimate 45 minutes to an hour. We may be done sooner. We want to make sure and get your awards put together right. And I do have Mariah Zernick here with me. Mariah, I know you're very shy. You never appear on video. Can you come over here? I've got a couple questions with regards to the fundraiser. First of all, I want to thank you guys, the entire Zernick family. You've got your little sister here who's not so little anymore. And Mariah, you manned that booth all weekend long. Thanks for making the trek from Southern California to raise some money for a very worthy cause. How do you think we did?
We did amazing. We made a little over 3,000.
Oh, that's great. And that was in just contributions, donations, raffle tickets, etc. I got to say, I don't know how your dad did it, between being emotionally distraught over the loss of one of his, probably his best friend. And he works some crazy hours. He's got his family. The guy's got a lot on his plate. So please give your dad a big, giant hug for me. I think every time I grabbed him this weekend, we both started to cry. So it's been a rough weekend. But really, thank you guys. If anybody wants to make an additional donation to the fund, do we have a GoFundMe account or any URL, PayPal, Zelle, whatever? What do we have?
Yes, so definitely we do have a GoFundMe via Facebook, and it's on my dad's Facebook, Pete Zernick. And I'm pretty sure we'll be able to do Venmo as well.
Perfect. We really appreciate that. So, folks, regardless of where you're at, I don't care if you live in Brussels or, I don't know, Australia. I'm gonna call my friend Renee Ballsy in Australia, and all of our racers worldwide. If you could please be so kind, I think that if we dug in our pockets, which I know is rough to do right now with the economy, that if we can dig in our pockets and come up with even a $20 bill, I'm going to go ahead and post the link to Pete's Venmo or GoFundMe account on the Full Throttle Watercross page, as well as my own personal page. We'd like to continue to get some donations for this family. For those of you that don't know, unfortunately, we had an absolutely devastating loss in our race community about 2 weeks ago. Eric Hewitt, who started racing with us came out when he was 11 and started racing when he was 14, passed away unexpectedly, and he leaves behind 2 little girls and his partner, Chelsea. And so I don't mean to end the day on a bummer. I'm just going to ask you, if you can find it in your heart, to take a look at that link and maybe transfer $20. If we get, 3,000 or 4,000 people to do that, that money's going to sit and compound in an account, and it will be turned over to the girls for use at age 18 for their education and their future. So let's honor Eric by doing that for these girls and for Chelsea. We really appreciate your help, hon. Thank you so much. I want to give you a hug. You did an awesome job. And here comes her dad, Pete Zernick. We do have the raffle tickets available. Oh, we know who won. Wow, those are nice. What is that? All right. All right. I have 2 beautiful items here that were donated. I'm not sure. I know Pete, he won't admit it, but he dug into his own pocket and purchased a lot of these items for raffle. He went to his sponsors and gained some great donations. They had some wonderful high-ticket items. And there's a really, really nice Fly Tour coat here. We're going to go ahead and announce the winner of that Fly Tour coat. That is going to be Mr. Jake Pierce. Jake Pierce, son of Joey Pierce. You've won this beautiful Fly Racing Tour jacket. Really nice, heavy duty. I haven't seen one of these yet, but I believe that the retail value on this, let's see, $249.95. So Jake Pierce, come on down and get your Fly Racing Jacket tour coat. You are the winner of the raffle. The secondary winner of the raffle on the final item, this is a really, really nice Fly Racing OGO backpack. Mr. Jason Ward. Jason Ward, you have won the backpack, so please come to announcing and pick your items up, folks. If you don't pick them up, I'm going to put them on eBay, sell them, and donate the money to the cause. So, again, thank you so much. This is Lisa Price with Full Throttle Watercross Racing. I want to say hi to all of our fans out there. Thank you so much for putting up with me this weekend. We'll be back in a month, and if you can make it out to Camp Far West, great. If not, hopefully we'll have another live feed, and you can join us there. Oh, there's 2 more items, and we'll go ahead and award those at the awards banquet, okay? I'm going to go ahead and get off the mic, and I'll see you at the awards banquet.